Hey everyone, we'll begin in a minute. We're just waiting for a few more people to join.
You thought you were
Yeah.
Start, is that okay? It's about 9:04 and 9:05. That clock is.
okay.
So I guess let's start with a roll call.
Yeah, do you just around the room here? Or do you want to go SVAC members first?
Yeah, let's do SVAC members first.
Okay, yeah, maybe let's start on the screen. So go to Courtney.
We're just doing roll
Good
call.
morning. Okay, good morning, Commissioner Courtney Bangs, Clatsop County Commissioner, SFAC member.
Thank you.
Mike Koppel, SWAC member, Boise County.
Susan Casanova Meyer, non-affiliated.
Eric Brown, SFAC member, recreation.
And Sullivan Astor, SFAC Vice Chair. And representing the logging community.
Lisa High, Chair. I represent all users.
Thank you. And then others will go around the room here. Don Everingham, ODF Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Tony Rodolfi, Astoria Reforestation Unit Manager.
Robbie LeFave, Assistant to the Area Director, Northwest Oregon area.
Brad Catton, Astoria District Operations Coordinator.
Colleen Kaiser, Planning and Operations Manager.
Jeff, Marketing Unit Forestry here in Forest Grove.
Tyson Weprick, Adaptive Management and Monitoring based out of Salem.
Morning, Cody Valencia, State Forest Unit Forester for the West Oregon District.
Morning, Nick Palazzado, Deputy Chief, State Forests.
Good morning, Chelsea Peters, North Cascade District Forester.
Kyle Kopp, San Am Unit Forester, North Cascade.
Good morning, Joe Offer, REI Program Manager.
Good morning, Matt Thomas, West Oregon District Forester.
In the back there, Laura.
Laura Wilson.
Matt Evenson Stimson.
Thank you. And then others here on the screen, Dan.
Morning, folks. Dan Goody, Astoria District Forester.
Thanks. Steph.
Good morning, everyone. Steph Beal, Forest Grove Operations Coordinator.
Justin.
Good morning, Justin Buttress, Policy Analyst for the State Forest Division.
Right. And Cheryl, looks like you've joined us.
Good morning, Cheryl Nelson, Southwest Oregon, unaffiliated.
Thank you. And Nancy. Okay. Yep. I think that's everyone.
All right. Yes, Dawn, you're next up on the agenda here.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Good morning all and happy Friday. So under that housekeeping piece, just wanted to cover some work on the new member onboarding as well as then the future work to update the committee charter. So I did, for the new member onboarding packet, I did print a few copies that was sent out to the committee via email. But there are a few here in the room and Robbie's sharing the screen there. So something that we've talked about for a while, and I feel like this is a good start, but also open to future thoughts from the committee if there's some things that we're missing in here. You know, ultimately, and I'll just kind of walk through a little bit of the framework here, but as we have future meetings, future conversations, etc., you know, I'm going to be thinking in the back of my head, is there something that would have helped that conversation that could have been in the packet to help ground some folks? Given the work we do is complex. So again, not only just on the document that's here, but as we address different things as a committee, be thinking about what could potentially go into that packet that would be helpful. As I look at the categories here, it's kind of one of those like, be careful what you ask for. And so I went to another committee template, and then there's required training for committee members representing, you know, state government, etc. So that's the first piece here. It requires you all to establish a login. We use a workday system for training. There's essentially a few videos to watch there. And kind of as I put in that email, I'm open for kind of wanting to have a conversation with Lisa and Amanda about a future way that we could get that done. So, you know, there's potential that if we kick off, let's say next year, prior to our meeting, we could run through the training as a group. Maybe after our meeting, folks can stay if they still need the training. And we just make that as easy as possible to get done.
Just a question on that. So I've had to do this type of training for other bodies, but they're decision-making bodies. Since we're not a decision-making body, have you gotten advice from DOJ on whether or not that training would actually be prepared for this?
Not DOJ. What I used as a template is our regional forest practice committees. And I attended our Northwest committee meeting earlier this week, and our committee administration has been working to try to get those members to get their training done for a couple years. And I don't know that that is a decision-making body, but I sure could look at ultimately what is that requirement.
Yeah, I would check in on that. So I'd be surprised if SBAC is a body that would require that training.
Okay. So yeah, I did take this from another, essentially advisory committee, right, written in statute, etc. But I will follow up to see if that is something that's necessary. And like I said in the email, I didn't want people to try to go down the trail of figuring out how to do that on their own. So more direction there coming on the training piece. Ultimately it just starts out with a committee overview, talks about the objectives of the committee, kind of the membership, terms, that sort of thing, some basic information, frequently asked questions, which, I think would be helpful for some new folks. There is the visual one pager here, kind of the Oregon State Forest fact sheet. And this is something that's fairly new. I got this from Public Affairs, but essentially, I do think this is a good, brief grounding level document first, and actually relates quite a bit to our discussion around the tour yesterday, because you can see in the visuals there below, it kind of, highlights how interconnected the different benefits are that are provided with the greatest permanent value. So essentially trying to, at the very highest level, ground people into what the State Forest Division management looks like. The next piece is actually from previous SFAC member input and trying to provide some overview of what our planning levels look like. And got this from Colleen, and before we get into all of the acronyms of, hey, we're here with our AOPs, oh, we're doing an IP, we're at a new FMP, right? We even have worked to try to figure out how to provide that clarity for our public comment periods. So that's kind of the high level planning level document as well. And then essentially we have a bunch of references that people can access other information via a link. We've got the SFAC website. We did get that updated with the membership and ensure that our SFAC membership is current. We updated the 2026 schedule. We've got information here like a link to the charter, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But we do have the ability for folks to access like an accomplishment report and things of that nature. So feel like this is a good start. We've got an overview of the membership and then also kind of a statewide map of the lands. The other thing that we used to do is actually schedule a separate meeting per year that was a new member orientation. We would have a full agenda for that. We'd host tours for those. And I don't know that we need to get that formal as we've expanded the geographic membership of the committee. But I do think as we bring on new members, we offer kind of one-on-one opportunities and tour opportunities for new members. So let's say we have a new member from the Astoria area. We've got this packet and then would open up for that new member to schedule some time with the Astoria district, take a one-on-one tour out into the field to actually, take this document, but ultimately give some more visuals around the work we do. So I think we're taking some real good steps in the right direction there, to help folks get up to speed. I think in the past on the committee, we've had some folks say it takes 2 to 3 years to then feel the confidence that they know that they understand it, to provide good input. And essentially that's about as long as our term limits are. So hopefully this will help in that piece. Any comments or questions on that? Hey,
Did you?
yeah, Courtney.
On that front page, it would be really nice to see a breakout because I think socially we also provide funding to the communities, the counties, the schools, the fire departments. And so that has a measurable impact from State Forest. And so somehow being able to highlight that also on that front cover page would be nice.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the next piece I wanted to talk about is updating the committee charter. And ultimately, we've talked about that for a couple years now. We initially started that conversation given that we were pursuing an HCP and a new forest management plan. Ultimately, this committee was established when we did adopt the current forest management plan. And part of me wants to say 2010, but that's when we revised it. But essentially grounded the creation of the committee into a forest management plan. Knowing that we were pursuing a new plan and essentially working to expand the geographic scope. So within the charter, it states that the committee is formed to provide input on implementation on the Northwest Forest Management Plan. Knowing that we're moving forward, pursuing a Western Oregon Forest Management Plan, essentially expanding the geographic, kind of input from the committee to the west side of Oregon, we would need to update the charter. And we've started to do that with the membership, and Cheryl is kind of an example of that, of having a member in Southwest Oregon. And we used to essentially have a membership truly based up here in Northwest. So we worked to expand the committee membership. Now we need to update the charter, but we're waiting kind of for the right time aligned with the policy work to then initiate that charter work. And then I feel like, we talked about this at our last meeting and got a lot of support to update the charter. And I think that's not just because of the forest management plan, but that is more around wanting to kind of ensure we realign on what the role of SFAC is, kind of what we're looking for from the committee moving forward, and really in my mind kind of clarifying the lane that the committee is in moving forward for the department. And I think that's going to be really good for the work of the committee as we had planned the tour. And I'd mentioned to somebody yesterday, we've had some pre-planning meetings with Lisa and Amanda, chair and vice chair. And we were focused on, for one, why is SFAC at this location? What is it that the department is looking for feedback from the committee on? And then ultimately, what should committee members take back to their local communities or networks? What is that ODF would like that message to be? And I think we saw that in the presenters yesterday. And so if you saw there at South Fork, I think Aaron was asking those questions. I don't know that we had really the amount of time to ground the committee and the work of the work camp prior to saying, what other partnerships do you think, we should be pursuing, and what are some of the values that you see from this program? But that was the intent, to meet that request of, why is SVAC here? What input would the department like? And then what's that message moving forward? So I do think we will codify some of that in the charter. At our last meeting, I think we made the decision that we'll form a small subgroup of SVAC to work to update that charter. And then I've got Cheryl, Amanda, and Dan as the three that I wrote down in my notes to be part of that subgroup. Then we'll identify a couple agency reps as well. In my mind, the timing is still a little bit, want to make sure we get the timing right. Need some certainty around a new forest management plan. And I think we will have some of that certainty, I believe, in July. And eventually, I think maybe Nick or others will speak to that. So what I see is in the month of July, scheduling a meeting with the subgroup, potentially after that Board of Forestry meeting. Probably have one other subgroup meeting prior to our October. And then my hope is that we've got 2 meetings of the subgroup, bring a track changes revised version of the charter to the October meeting. Then we'll get some input from the rest of the committee. And so we'll add the charter to the October agenda. And then ultimately we had a subgroup help with some revisions. We brought it in front of the entire committee for their thoughts. I do believe it's the agency as the decision maker of what that final charter looks like, what is the role for this committee. And so I think it'll be to agency division leadership to, accept or reject certain changes, let's say. But then we can codify that charter and have an updated charter by the time we kick off our meeting schedule next year. So that's what I've got to cover here. Happy to take any questions. Otherwise, Lisa, turn it back to you.
Any questions for Dawn?
I just have a quick comment for the folks on the online, so Amanda. Just as people review the charter and even the onboard material and some of those pieces, because they're kind of connected a little bit. I might ask maybe, or Don, I might ask you if people have ideas for the group to be considering. Should people send that to you and Nick to then deliver to the subgroup? Thinking about like how people might let us know what their thoughts are.
Yeah, I'm happy to be the point person for that. And I do have in my notes from previous discussions, and I can't remember if it was in the committee objectives or principles or something, but we did already identify some focus areas to get some committee discussion around.
Just as people review it, if you've got ideas, instead of people like emailing me or emailing Cheryl, just having one point area, I think is helpful, and you can consolidate that and bring that to kind of our first meeting for discussion.
Yes,
that'd be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, our next area is reflections on the tour. Wait, who's there? Courtney was also there. Ty was there. Some ideas, some thoughts?
I'd like to have a list of all of the stuff that South Fork does, because I think that would be really nice to be able to share that. He went through quite a list and there was no way I was going to be able to write it down. If we could just get a copy of his notes with the list of all the stuff that they do, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. There is quite a bit, and we do have some PowerPoints actually that kind of cover the camp as well. And that's something that I could provide. And afterwards, I thanked him and he said he was nervous. And I could see it as he rattled off at the start. And I'm like, wait, step back. Like, this is a work camp and there's Department of Corrections and Measure 17. And so you all must be an intimidating group.
Anything else? Commissioner Courtney? With your hand up, go for it.
Yeah, so a highlight reel is about South Fork would be excellent because I think we stated that there was 18 employees from ODF that support South Fork. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And so just a yearly win. What are the wins? So that those can be advertised a little bit more. I was really appreciative to see that South Fork is doing efforts in outreach and marketing of themselves. It's always good to market your program and make sure that everybody can see the value that you see in it every day. I think the one thing that I kind of came away with yesterday was a concern regarding, it came up a few times. It was a phrase of, no cost. And I, coming from the county government perspective, when I go anywhere and talk to any department within the county umbrella, I'm costing money. I'm costing employee time. I'm taking an employee away from what their job is. And it really stuck out to me in the OHV conversation. I think the permitting provides 1.2 million. Is that correct?
Each year, yes, correct.
Okay, and you have 6 employees under that umbrella?
Correct. 6 FTE.
6 FTE. And so when I look at FTE at the county level, I do just rough math, and I could be very incorrect, but basically that 1.2 million pays for the FTE, but that's it. There's probably not a whole lot left over after health insurance and PERS is my guess. And so I think the concern that I had in the conversation was that, every dump truck costs money. Every rock truck crushing costs money. Every time they talk to a biologist about hydrology, that costs money. And so if the department needs to go, say, to legislature and request for funding for certain actions, knowing the real cost versus the assumed cost is probably something that the department should look into, is finding out the real cost of OHV, inclusive of the biologist time, inclusive of any other management time, inclusive of the rock and materials. Motor pool, how much money is directed to OHV and from ODF's motor pool, just so that the conversation has some real meat or real context to it. Because I know when I'm looking, we've gone through consolidations of departments at the county level over the last 5 years because our budget has been depleted and is kind of continually losing money. And we've had to really isolate, the nuts and bolts of who pays for what, and isolate, roles of employees, so that if say we can't fill a position, what is the trickle down impact of not filling that position? And so I think, as much as I appreciate the permit fees of OHV, that's amazing that you guys are receiving $1.2 million from a recreational community. I don't know if that's the actual real cost of the program. And I think that I would like to see that, so that if, say, you guys are going in the future to legislature for funding, that it's not just for, oh, we break this off and then, there's no cost here and what we have is left here. And I think some truthing of that would be beneficial. So anyhow, that was my only takeaway other than, wow, what an amazing job your employees are doing on a daily basis. I really enjoyed going to the Tillamook Forest Center, and I think that education is so very important, and you guys are doing an amazing job providing that to community members who are wanting to partake in our beautiful forests and at that forest center. So thank you.
For notice there, we do have to break down every year, report out our numbers to the ATV transfer committee. And so we do have those numbers. So I'd be happy to share those with you as far as S&S and personnel services. And then we do cover a lot of that work with additional S&S money. The personnel services still leave about 450,000, which we use to cover motor pool and all those other pieces, but definitely be happy to break that down for you and for a future meeting potentially if that's of interest.
Any other input on the tour?
It's a great tour. Great,
Yeah.
very much appreciate it.
Wayne did a great job. He hid his nervousness pretty well. So, well, I just was left with that. There's no substitute for being out there. There's something about standing in the rain and up to your ankles in water and to kind of set the context for your mind, how you view these things, and it's just nothing in comparison to being in a room. So I just encourage folks to keep those happening. It's worth the investment, a huge investment by staff to bring us all out there, and so and to committee members, to the extent you can pull it off, it's really worth going.
And it also helped the SFAC members get familiar with the staff. Hard to do that via computer. So that was really nice. Getting to find out about them too.
What are your thoughts on, or anybody's thoughts, if any, on the Forest Center's focus kind of moving forward? And we've heard we're trying to do too many things there, which I don't necessarily agree with. But like, was anybody struck by, why are we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? Or things we could do better in terms of the presentations there at the center? The displays, that's the word I'm looking for.
We were there for such a short time. It's really hard to say. I was impressed with it. I went to a lot of different centers. That was the first one I've ever been there. And I'm also on a museum board where I live. So I thought it was wonderful. And Joe really pointed out that was meant to start at the beginning and go all the way through. And
that's right.
And that's the way it was set up. And in fact, I called my husband last night and said, I've got a place to take you.
Yeah.
You're really going to like this. I said, there's so many things there that you're going to be very impressed with and want to read about and think about. So my brief time there, I was very impressed.
Yeah, I guess one of the overarching things that we talk about a lot is the marketing of everything and how, that's a hard piece to do, and you have a lot to sell relative to the center. We were there a very short time. Like, I jumped in to look at the movie for 5 minutes. I went, absolutely, it needs a refresh. Absolutely. I mean, it's old. A couple of us were talking, like, it doesn't address, climate change. It doesn't talk about, its context is a little light, I guess. Dated is the word. And that would be something to think about in our charter. Could we help, review, the outline of the plan that you get, et cetera, or can we help with you know, pushing out the, just the new concept of the refresh, you know, of telling people about it. One of the things that I've asked for about the 10 years I've been here is, a kind of canned presentation that I could give to the horse people or archery people or whoever. Just because I feel like where your weakest is, I mean, I hate to use that term because it's just where you don't put your resources is in your, well, or how it seems to be, and I don't mean to go after marketing. The marketing piece of what you do. The South Fork, I don't know anybody that knows about the South Fork. I mean, you know, only this clustered group of forester people, you know. The Tillamook Center is an amazing center. It is in an awkward spot. I mean, I haven't been there in years because it's on 6 and I never travel 6 anymore. But it's definitely worthy of a push. And I guess my thoughts on that would be like, what what are your primary audiences? And how do you market them for that facility? And who would be your primary audience for South Fork? I mean, I don't have a clue who that would be. Who do you want to know what happens in the South Fork? Because you can't just do it for the 3.1 million people or whatever. You have to focus. So those are my only things that the marketing piece is, I just don't know about it. And I don't even know who your primary audiences are for the stuff you guys do, which is a lot.
Thanks.
Courtney?
Yes, Courtney.
Yeah, so I loved it. It was great. I think it would have been probably beneficial if I had like the little I don't know. I'm thinking Easter egg hunt, but the little scavenger hunt that you would be giving children to kind of see where it brings kids throughout the facility. But as a teacher, the flow is really very good as you move through the facility. I think it would be neat to have like South Fork has the thought process of having a highlight reel of what your accomplishments are. But in regards to the climate change conversation, what is your highlight reel of how much stream restoration that you guys have done in conjunction with your sales? I mean, I think of Northrop Creek, but the only reason why I have the horse camp, the only reason why I have that in my head is because I've been out there and I've seen it and it's beautiful. And so, but the common person who doesn't traditionally go out into the forest, because I know there's a percentage of our folks in the state of Oregon that, being outside is not their jam. Being able to showcase, this is the amazing work that ODF has done over the years to improve habitat, improve environment. And this is how much it costs them. I think that the cost reward is a very important thing for us to continually share, is that these habitat restorations aren't free. They're not paid for by taxpayers. We had that conversation yesterday. This is not something that's funded by taxpayers. And so to highlight your wins, to highlight the things that the benefits that you're creating. But other than that, I mean, it just needs like a little informational update, maybe a little less on the Tillamook burn, just because that is so far in the past for so many folks. I mean, it's just a generational separation, and updating the end of it. I mean, you guys are going to have a new forest management plan coming out here. And so I think the forest management plan that's illustrated is 2 decades old, maybe. I don't know. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
It's actually all this is very good, the dating, but if I was on the committees to decide what the exhibit should look like, in 1990, whatever, it's amazing how good they are for, you compare where we are today and the complexity, just looking at this public affairs one pager, the graphic here, how good this is. It reminds me what the department talks about now and their materials, and it's nothing, it's way out in front of the Forest Center exhibit. And so it just gives me confidence that it's going to be a whole new message. I know it's going to be good. Like in this one page, there's really good real estate here talking about that 2/3 of this revenue goes to support schools and counties and local services. Yeah. So I know that's going to be a strong part of whatever exhibit is next, because they're already living this. So it's ready. I also want to give Joe some credit for talking about the Forest Center and the challenges without being too depressing and down about it. I know just how tough that is to keep that place alive today, yesterday and today, like right now. And kudos for staff keeping their chin up and being as positive as possible.
I obviously was not there yesterday. I was part of the planning efforts with Lisa and the team. But I did just go look at the Go Tillamook page with the Chamber of Tillamook, the Chamber of Commerce. And it's not, the Tillamook Center is not a featured activity or attraction through Chamber. And so I'd be curious, where there might be new opportunities there, especially as we look at a refresh with the new forest management plan. There's probably more opportunity to coordinate there. And if it's not being, if that's not a place that's being marketed where most people are probably finding what are the key attractions and components, obviously a lot of stuff about the creamery and the coast, but not much about forestry.
Yeah.
A little bit about recreation on the website, but it seems like that should be a key component of what the chamber is highlighting. And given that it's not, there's obviously work to be done there.
Yeah.
But again, with the refresh, I think there's a new kind of branding with them and trying to attract folks over there. So just, I thought that was interesting. I'm not getting down on you guys.
To go back, I'll let you. I will say the Tillamook County Commission and the Tillamook County Visitors Association, they're very cognizant and aware and supportive of the center and Forestry and FMP messaging. It's just really amazing to hear that isn't in their material. So I think it's a short trip, is what I'm going to say. So I'm glad you brought it up, but I think it's a short journey.
Yeah, and I imagine it would not be that difficult given the people that are on and the companies that are, embedded within the chamber, but I didn't think that was interesting.
Yeah.
So
I was actually surprised about when you talked about how many people at the campground. You don't have great numbers, but it's so close that you would think that, I think about my own children, and if my children were camping there, that would be one of the first places they go because they have children, and that would be a great place to take their children. So I was really surprised that more people, since it's so close to that they're not even. What is wrong with
Yellow brick road.
Yeah, something.
Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah.
When I showed up, I was kind of surprised by where it is relative to where it could be. And there's a whole history there for why we chose that site, right? Like, should it be on 26 outside of Forest Grove? Probably. Like the location where it is kind of exactly where, if you're coming from either direction, you want to keep moving. If you're coming to the coast, you're like, we're almost there. If you're heading back, you're like, we just got started. Like, you're not necessarily stopping there. So those are some issues, but that's what we have. prior to, so Joe's predecessor, Laura, I will point out, did do quite a bit of work on branding as evidenced by Joe's hat. We have like a brand that we haven't figured out how to integrate all these things together yet. Joe's working on it.
Well, I will share actually, so Laura done work on actually our community engagement coordinator position worked on that. And that's one of the things that's important to know. I know in the last meeting I mentioned that the REI program as a whole has been holding about 27% of our positions vacant. One of those positions is our community engagement coordinator, which obviously everything we're talking about here flows through that position as far as reaching out and making those connections in communities. And so that is just one of the pieces that as we do get into situations where we're trying to hold vacancies and make decisions about, where do we go, operations, do we go to facilities, whatever that might be. Quite frankly, that's been the decision we've made. And so it does impact some of those pieces, which is a lot of what we've talked about here, but certainly is one of those additional costs. If we're trying to figure out, what's the best use of the funds that we do have, is that making sure the facilities are running, like the siding we saw yesterday being replaced in Forest, right? Or is it, making sure trails are open? So those are the decisions. And so I will note that's definitely one of the challenges we've had. That position's now been vacant for about 2 years. And so just thinking about what that looks like. So
Did you do presentations at the campground?
So again, we used to, and I should also share, we have 5 staff that work in the TFC right now. 2 of those are
It's gonna get worse
facilities.
before it gets better.
Exactly. And so that's again, one of those decisions, without getting too in depth, I didn't do this yesterday, but we do have at the TFC, we're actually at about 50% staffing. And so what that does impact, as far as the entire org chart, I should know, that does impact our abilities to be in campgrounds, to share that information widely. And so we have, it's not kind of those direct operations of the center, but that doesn't mean that in the future, this is super helpful for helping make some of those decisions and hearing this conversation about what do we. So I'll just share that to you.
Well, with your enthusiasm, I think you get people over there. I mean, you were pretty animated about talking about it yesterday. So I was like, oh, maybe you should be in a campground and maybe that would suck some of those people over there. It's just a thought. You have a lot of enthusiasm.
Maybe I'll be allowed to do that.
I need you in an office in front of the computer.
Just sort of sideline that I thought was kind of funny. I walked into the shop, the store, and a lot of the t-shirts and anyway, I don't have an ODF hat. I don't have any ODF bling. And so I thought I could walk into that store and get some ODF bling. And that is not what I can get in there. And a lot of the messaging is very, like, not attached to the Tillamook Center even. It feels more like US Forest Service, with the Smoky thing. I mean, isn't Smoky a US Forest Service brand?
We adopted it.
You adopted it? Well, I think of it as a US Forest brand.
And that's a great point. And this actually relates exactly to what Nick was talking about. This is actually the first year, and they aren't there yet. They've actually just been ordered. This is the first year we will have state forest hats available for sale. We don't have ODF swag, direct logo stuff that's gonna be for sale, but we'll have shirts and hats with. Yep. Well, I don't know the rules and regulations on logos, but I do know that the state forest brand is something we can sell, and
Yeah.
it's actually been trademarked and registered over the last 3 months, actually. So that allows us to sell, and that's actually one of the changes.
Bumper stickers, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So I will say that's actually one of the frustrations I have when I walked in. It's like, I want a cool hat, and
Right.
now we have that we can actually get that as a public to help build that brand, like Nick was worried not to. So
Quick question, is the state forest dedicated public affairs position filled currently?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. It's Tim Hoffman, who
sure.
it's on vacation, but he'd probably be here.
And one last thing, it's easy to be critical.
Yeah.
And so I just want you to know that these are very minor things, and I know you're working on, small numbers, finances for this.
We have thick skinned ones.
It's easy to be, yes,
Like, we're here to hear criticism and hear input like this, so that, no offense taken. So
With the OHV campgrounds there, can you buy an OHV sticker in that store?
you can't. They actually pulled back. We used to be able to buy more permits in locations. Those have actually been pulled back, and primarily it now goes through just an online store. You used to be able to buy that at many gas stations even, and they've restricted the amount of operations that can sell those, unfortunately. But that is
So
something.
if somebody rolls in there and they're camping, they don't have a sticker, they don't have cell phone service, and they don't have anything,
Correct.
they can't buy it there.
Correct. And we can't sell it there.
That's fine.
Yeah, that is one thing. I know I mentioned yesterday, I think Courtney asked or brought up a question about service. I believe Cameron did it. But there is service that is theoretically safe for that corridor, which will help with that kind of issue, because it has been an issue for many years. And also, we didn't dive into this all that much, but Ben did mention the change to reservations as on campgrounds. Same kind of situation where in the past we didn't have any cell phone service, makes it a little bit harder. And having a cell phone service come into the area does allow us to change that operation, and also just saying other things at the center as well too for connectivity. So again, I guess I noted a little bit in that presentation some of that activity that we have to take on, right? Like how do we adapt to all these things, right? And that's one of those that in a slow change, but will help us out there.
I apologize for not being there yesterday. With the State Forest Trust of Oregon and just in that conversation at the Tillamook Forest Center, was there discussion about like obviously the need for refreshing the displays to align with our new forest management plan, but what about the funds to do that? Is that coming through kind of the philanthropic side? I know obviously there was a lot of money invested by the industry initially to get the forest center off the ground, and you see that at the very front on the right side when you come in. What was there a discussion about that yesterday?
Yeah, so for this refresh, which is kind of a TBD refresh, right? We have to figure out exactly what that's going to be for some of the messaging and obviously where that FMP does go directly. But yes, the trust, that is a big connection that we have for kind of those big capital projects. That's something that myself, Trust Executive Director Virginia, who was there yesterday, I don't think could join us today. Well, obviously can't. That's something we're working on, and we'd be working together for that investment.
She did a really nice presentation. Okay. She has a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah, sorry, I missed it.
I mean, I will say we can't provide any details, and probably we won't be successful in this next legislative cycle, but we are talking to the legislature about both South Fork and the Tillamook Forest Center, or our entire REI program, and trying to, I mean, one, to be clear, we take tremendous pride that timber revenue funds everything we do, but it doesn't quite in most years. And it's a tremendous challenge. And no, we don't think that there's much awareness that our entire REI, by the public or the legislature, that our entire REI program and South Fork are funded with state forest timber dollars. And is that the right model for either of those things, right? So we're having those conversations. We're trying to bring the numbers to bear, Courtney, like the full cost of the South Fork program. And seeking other ways to fund these programs. It's going to take a few years if we are even successful, but we are looking at that hard. Programs.
Anything else? About the tour?
Yeah.
Big thing. Yes, public comment. Public. Is there anyone online that's from the public that would like to comment about anything we have discussed in the last hour? Or anything? Okay, great. Next is Nick again, not Nick again, but Nick. Was the greatest name, Palazzotto. Go.
Okay, so forest management plan and HCP updates. Forest management plan, we have a final draft, and it is in the board's hands currently. And the state forester, they've been reviewing it and giving us some feedback, and we've been scrambling to make a few edits. It's going to Justin sent me a note. It will be posted on the board's meeting page next Wednesday. It's going out to FTLAC today. So we have a draft. And we are bringing, and it'll be available next week for the public. We're bringing it to the board, first week of June. Essentially, as an update from our previous, we had our public comment period, we made some edits, now here's this next version. And seeking to go into final rule from the June meeting. It gets a little weird because of some timing with some board members. Our intent had originally been to then go through another rulemaking process, which is also kind of weird, but we've been advised by the governor's office that when you have a final draft, you then have to go through another process to make sure it's final. So that's what we're doing. And our intent had been to do that in September. At least one board member, the board chair, is going to be leaving in July. And so we chose to sort of expedite this next comment period, which is within our legal bounds. So it gets a little weird because we're going to bring it to them in June. The public comment process is going to start a few days in advance of us bringing it to the board. And then we're coming back to them in mid-July with that comment period closed and seeking final rule approval. So essentially, we have a final draft. It will be publicly available next week. And our intent is to get the board to approve it in July. Anything else on the FMP?
No, I think that's.
Yeah. And then, I should say, and then from there, we will return to the board in September. Colleen will talk about that, and Tyson will talk about this in more detail later today. But so then we'll come back to the board in September to continue the discussion of measures that are their way of the value and success. Thought for that meeting is just to continue refining those metrics, not setting actual numbers around them. We are working on modeling the next implementation plan. And so we'll bring that to them in January. So September, they refine the performance metrics. Next fall, we're doing our IP modeling. And then in January, we show up and we say, okay, here's what that IP looks like. And here's what all those performance measure outputs look like, given this IP, this harvest approach. At that point, the board can make adjustments to the performance measures if they want, or hopefully just approve them. And we move forward into the IP approval, which is actually the state forester's decision. HCP is still trailing behind this process, but we're still on track. I think we just wrapped up we've been having like weekly meetings with Fish and Wildlife primarily to walk through the whole document, which was kind of been a go slow to go fast sort of thing, although we've been at this for a very long time. We're done with that. We're hoping to turn around this next draft that reflects all those discussions first week of June. So like somewhere between 3 and 4 weeks from now, we'll hand them the final draft of the HCP. The services, NOAA Fisheries is in front of Fish and Wildlife, so they may end up doing their work and issuing their the final EIS and the take permit in advance of Fish and Wildlife. But right now it's looking like both of them are likely to finish up their work and issue the permits in the fall at some point. So FMP approval this summer and then ITP, incidental take permits, in the fall. The FMP approval would be contingent on kind of two things. One, so they say we approve, but it's contingent on incidental take permit issuance. So if we don't get the permits We don't have a new plan. And would be effective. Ideally, it's going to be effective for us in fiscal 28. If we get delayed beyond that, it would be effective, fiscal 29 or whatever the first fiscal year that we can attempt that falls right after take permit issuance. So the board will be approving a plan, a forest management plan, but contingent on incidental take permit approval.
We've developed the current process that we have in our current implementation plans. We've kind of put some stop gaps in, some contingency planning in. So that way, if those timelines shift, it should be just easy to continue what we're doing with our current implementation plans through a memo approval process. So if he talked a little bit about if there's some shift there, it doesn't require a big process. It's just, we just put the writing in some memos, just saying we're going to extend those until this date and we'll make the transition once all the work is.
If everything goes according to plan, in January, the January board meeting will be, we'll have both plans approved and we're showing them our 10-year implementation plan and the outputs for the performance metrics associated with that.
You had a question?
Is there a plan to continue surveys and continue forecasting for surveys until the take permits are in hand?
Yes, but with take permits in hand, we would stop our operational sale program. So our survey program. So should we somehow magically get both permits in hand this summer, we would stop surveying. That's unlikely to happen. And so we'll survey this year, hopefully not next year.
And sorry, Nick, just for clarity, so January of 27, both plans, HCP, FMP, IP, and performance measure.
Yeah, in theory, right? But that's the schedule we're on right now. Yeah. Such that July, which will be the beginning of fiscal 28, we have all marching orders in place for next July. If everything goes right. Be operating under a new IP, new forest management plan, new take permits, but for fiscal 28.
And I say that because I was reflecting with somebody yesterday that I think you had made the comment that ever since you started here at ODF, you've been working on a new forest management plan and that sort of thing. So it's been at least a decade.
Yep. Yeah, there were two plans that died on the cutting room floor in front of this one, and hopefully that doesn't happen in 2 weeks. Oh, and Mike Wilson, our division chief, is on leave, so I get to present to the board. Not like it's the biggest day of my entire career or anything.
That September board meeting, like, is it gonna be short staffed beyond Jim being gone? Like,
That should be Brenda McComb and Joe Justice's terms end in September as well. And so it should be their last meeting.
Oh,
yeah. And that's part of it, because we're gonna have a bunch of turnover here. This is the board we've been working with on these plans for several years, and it's the challenges of bringing a new, or the uncertainties of bringing a new board and the inefficiencies of it are such that we'd like to get in front of that turnover to the extent possible.
Just as an aside, how long is it for a forestry board member?
4 years, but you can be appointed again. So,
Okay, so 8 up to 8.
no more than 8.
Any other questions for Nick on the FMP or the HCP? Back at, for division staffing update or.
Oh, that's right. I think folks know our deputy state forester is Kate Skinner. She was direct appointed by State Forester Casey. And I believe that's been approved by the governor's office. I'm not sure if it has or not, but certainly proposed. So at this time, Kate Skinner is our acting, if not permanent, deputy state forester, which is great. And everybody's really excited and happy to have some continuity there from the work that she was doing as the acting state forester, now just feeding directly into Casey's work. So that's great. On the division side, the only new hire I can think of is our NRS 3 roads coordinator, Tom Kennedy, who came from Astoria. No, I don't know that.
So recently I opened a position that we had held open for some budget savings when we had promoted Morgan Kawakama. She promoted into the state forest engineer position, and we had a road support specialist. And I have since hired Will Lawrence, who's going into that position. And then I also just got a reclass position approved to move forward with the recruitment for the operations specialist. So it's a position that we've created in my unit. It's currently being filled by Derek Bangs and work out of class. And I'll be putting that out on the street next week. And that's really to help us get alignment across all of the districts, kind of in the implementation phase of our timber sales, through marketing, through just how do we approach layout, how do we ensure that we're doing things consistency across the board, because the HCP requires such a higher level of scrutiny on consistency and how we're implementing our requirements of the HCP. So we started that about 2 years ago, kind of figuring out what the job was going to be, what we needed. We realized pretty quickly that there was a pretty big body of work there. So that will be coming out on the street, and we're going to be making that permanent, which is really exciting. So we're using some other positions that didn't necessarily, we had open, but that weren't serving as well because of just how we've changed and what our future looks like. So that's kind of in my group right now.
It's a similar model, I think, to the lead biologist. So Vanessa Petro is our lead wildlife bio based in Salem. We have area bios that serve the districts, and that each serve a group of districts. And so she sits kind of atop, and she's seeking consistency across districts on the wildlife side. And so this role is similar, but for the operations piece.
Because we have it on the road side, we have it for young stand management, we have it for engineering, but the operations is kind of the last piece. And we were doing it kind of at a higher level, but as we kind of were starting to dig in, and there's just a lot of questions, a lot of training needs. And we're not only doing it for state forest, but we're actually looking across both programs that we now manage, both in FFR, Federal Forest Restoration Program, and State Forest Program, because there's a lot of similarities in the GNA program. So that position will be working with their field coordinator to implement a lot of the same strategies. So there's consistency between the two programs where it makes sense.
That reminds me also, it's on the FFR side, which we're still trying to think about kind of how to bring that, whether and how to bring the FFR program into this discussion with SVAC. But we also hired a NEPA, or just finished interviews for a NEPA coordinator, which will help, streamline or just speed up some of the processes for getting individual GNA sales out the door. That's good. It's a little scary. Like, I never wanted anything to do with NEPA, and now we have a NEPA coordinator on staff, but here we are. And then we just hired a new office specialist for the Salem, for State Forest in Salem, which is great because, as you guys know, Emily had been providing us with admin support for this committee for a while. She's moved up into the timber sale contract specialist role, And so now we backfilled, we just hired her old position, and so we'll have admin support here for SFAC. I think that's it.
From the division level.
Yeah, maybe if I may, just a little more on the, Kate Skinner in that acting deputy state forester role. So essentially, it's on the June Board of Forestry consent item that she will be the next deputy state forester. And believe that's the case, and a lot of certainty enough there that I've flown that Tillamook District Forester job, and actually I think it closes today. So plan to have a new Tillamook District Forester in place by July 1st. The agency has gone to a 3 deputy model. So we've got a deputy of fire that oversees our fire program, division chief, and the 3 area directors. And then Kate's position, then we have an administrative deputy, and then Kate is the deputy state forester, supervises the division chiefs for forest resources in state forests. And so I just say that in that, navigating state forest challenges into the future, Mike, as the division chief, has a well-informed supervisor as the deputy of state forests and the work we do to help develop that strategy, and whether that's on financials, whether it's policy, that sort of thing. And so really feel like that's a good fit, and likely a knowledge base of state forests there to support a division chief charting the next path, should we get all these policies and plans in place.
Okay. Question about in the staffing category. Have to tee this up for a little. There's a normal, healthy amount of developmental acting out of class status. Be in a healthy place for the number of people who are out of class developmental acting, or are we unhealthy?
So that's a great question. I feel like we're in a decent spot in Salem right now, but there's still a lot going on at the area, at the areas, all 3 areas.
That's a place where people don't see there's a simmering thoughts that you're in an unhealthy place there. And it's jobs filled, and things, everybody's happy, right? But beneath the surface, that's not always.
Yep. And I would say challenges specifically in Tillamook. And I don't know if I'd term it as unhealthy, but probably too many people have covered in interim roles for a duration that's not ideal. And some of that started just with the uncertainty of how long Kate's stint as initially the deputy and then state forester. And that ultimately extended longer than was planned. At one point, I think we had 8 different individuals in Tillamook in an acting role, all the way from the district forester, unit forester, wildland fire supervisor. We had a roads unit manager resign, district business manager acting. And so have shifted to, we need some, certainty, some permanency, and we need to start making decisions. Even in an interim role, make a decision. If the next person feels like that wasn't the correct one, that's okay, we'll change it. So I do think we're shifting to that. That's some of my focus most recently has been on the Tillamook district. Last year, I would say we had those actings at the district forester level. We've moved forward and filled those. And then I tend to see that then that shifts into the middle of the organization as we're backfilling for people that are promoting, and then it kind of shifts through. But and then I'd say, in addition, some of the feedback is that we are holding a number of positions vacant I think in Northwest offices, it's 14 currently. And we're not able to essentially allow folks to take some of those other opportunities that we once would, because we also need to get our work done. So I do think we're starting to lean away from taking some of the opportunities and gaining the benefit of that person gets some great skills and they can use it on a future job application. But I think right now we're focused on, we need to get our work done. I hope we get the certainty that's coming at the policy level. I hope that aligns to here is the amount of work you can count on for the next decade. And then that will then inform some of the conversation that came up at the last SVAC meeting of, hey, you may be opportunistic of holding vacancies here and there, but it's not very strategic. And then hopefully we can move forward to this is the size of the organization that we need to achieve to get the work done.
Yeah.
So I hope that comes to fruition in the next year.
Yeah. Question? For me? For me?
Leftover hand up.
You have your hand up.
Just did you?
Yeah, I don't use Teams very often, so I can't even find my hand at this point. Sorry. Somebody can put it down.
Yeah, who Mike was talking to yesterday, but I heard him say this, so I'll say it loud too. You know, so we've been harvesting the last couple years down around like 185, which is low for a very low, lowest. I think last year was the lowest harvest level we've ever had or something. Kevin Boyd said, right? We anticipate that to go up. You know, the data that we brought to the board last fall, we brought them some harvest scenarios. They weren't able to state a firm position, but we have been operating under the assumption that we're going to be modeling and trying to harvest at about 215 over this next IP is our goal. Let's just say that aloud. That's 30 million board feet now more than what we're harvesting right now. We're probably not staffed appropriately for that. So as Don is saying, like with some clarity there, yes, it's 215 over the next 10. We can look at our vacancies and fill the ones we need to accomplish the work, which is probably what's going to happen. So we'll have to, I don't think we've got 5 or 6 in Salem too. So there's like 20 vacancies just between Northwest and Salem. I don't think we fill them all, but we fill the ones we need to accomplish the additional work.
And that harvest, that volume impact spreads across the entire division from habitat recreation to implicate all those units for capacity response.
Essentially, I mean, it's really like at that point, yes, but I think we're talking mostly about like foresters doing the work.
Mostly.
Yeah, mostly.
Do you have another question? Or you just haven't put your hand down? Okay. Go ahead.
I do. Did you say 250 million board feet?
15.
15.
You got a girl's
Sorry.
hopes up.
Sorry.
You're killing me. I was all excited and the things. Fine. Somebody can put my hand back down. Jeez.
All right, Kyle, you're up for current operational status.
Yeah, share my screen here. Presentation that worked in coordination with the planning and coordination unit to give you guys a little operational status update for FY26. Again, my name is Kyle Kopp. I'm the Sanium Unit Forester in charge of the managing the Sanium State Forest, and just under 50,000 acres in Lynn, Marion, and Clackamas counties.
I think you need to.
You guys probably remember the last SBAC meeting. Cody presented kind of the same type of update for the third quarter And so now we sit middle of May, about a month and a half left of current fiscal year 26. So give you guys a little snapshot of where we are in the current fiscal year for our timber sale AOP operations. So hopefully this slide looks familiar. A little background on this spreadsheet that you're looking at here. Every other Wednesday, all the districts meet up with the planning coordination team and staff specialists and kind of go through our operational overview of what we got going in each district. And we keep this kind of live and updated throughout the entire fiscal year. So at the top, you can see, Q4 fiscal year 26. Every district has kept their sale plan up to date with the percent completion of each sale and kind of some notes for when sales are submitted to Salem, what their anticipated auction date is. And that's what I wanted to just show you right here going down the list. So Astoria gotten their final sale in for Q4. And so they're starting to pivot and on for next year FY27 sales. Forest Grove, as we move down, has just a couple sales. One of their 3 sales into Salem so far is working on the last 2 of the Q4. So they anticipate that both those should be completed by the end of June. North Cascade, we have finished our FY26 sale plan. So like Astoria, we're starting to move into that FY27 recon, finalizing some work order contracts, buttoning up the fiscal year. Tillamook, they're finishing up all 3 of their remaining sales, anticipating all will be completed within the fiscal year. West Oregon, putting the final touches on its last Q4 sale, and Western Lane has completed their sale plan, plus what we would call a 342 or a little salvage operation, something that wasn't initially planned in an AOP, but was included as well. And then you see Klamath Lake there at the bottom. Their 2 sales, about 80% completed, like they're on track to complete as well. The green rows are just kind of identifying sales that were pushed forward from a previous quarter, moved into the Q4 for a multitude of reasons. Just didn't make a deadline to submit to Salem, so finishing it up in the next following quarter. Just so you guys can follow along here, I talked about percent completion of each sale. The plan volume column is as the sale was planned in the AOP, the annual operation plan. And then as sales get laid out, crews, contracts written and submitted to Salem, this is the prepared volume. And again, just a couple notes on each one there, and then when the sale is slated to actually auction. I see Courtney has her hand up.
Yeah. Courtney?
Not so much regarding this slide, but in regarding to anticipated workload over the summer months. I think we all know that our fire season might be a little difficult this year. And so fire teams, are they fully staffed? And then have you accounted for, I guess, staff, I don't know, best way to describe it, staff outages for the summer months in the timeframes that you have listed?
Yeah, I could speak for North Cascade, finishing up our 26 plan kind of every year. I think we all know that fire season's coming. And so we try to get a lot of our work done in the winter, spring, knowing that, hey, we're going to be a little kind of all hands on deck in the summer. So as we go into FY27, I think there always is a little bit of lag time as we get into that Q1 of the next fiscal year, kind of maybe a slow start to sales being laid out. But when we really push it, when people are coming back out of fire season and, September, October, and really play that catch up game, a lot of work gets done in that, second, Q3, and then cross the finish line in the Q4. And you can kind of see that here where, not everyone is completing their Q4, and maybe due to some staffing issues around each district, but last summer I think is okay. Very different story than I think fire season 24, where we were a quarter and a half behind because of fire season and the support for all programs, state forest, supporting the fire program, but I think we're at least set to finish up FY 26 pretty well, and we'll see what fire season brings.
And after the FY 24 season, we really made some adjustments on how, we have these biweekly meetings that we have with all the ops coordinators to talk about the work, where we're falling behind, how we're going to make some adjustments after fire season. So I think, what we saw during that season, we were well aware of what the issue is, and we've put some different things in place to ensure that we're having a more consistent flow of timber. So we'll definitely be implementing that as we go through fire season as well.
Each district's responsibility too is to do that, and each DF's responsibility is to do that assessment themselves for the work on the district versus who they can free up to go out on fires. In theory, they're supposed to make sure they've got people home accomplishing core business. In a bad fire year, that can fall apart. So we'll see how it plays out this year.
So I just have one question. So we're about 20 million short right now, as far as planned versus prepared. Are we going to be able to catch that up by the end of the quarter?
It's a good question. And so these bottom kind of accumulating volumes here, these are throughout the entire fiscal year. Ty's talking about this 173 to 196, right?
Yeah.
And so that, we're about 88%. If you start populating some of these ones that the sales, districts are pretty close, 75% complete, that start to cruise a timber sale and put that volume in this column. The ones that are 25, as these start to get filled in, on the next slide, you'll see that projecting when all of them get turned in, we'll be at about 104% of total prepared versus planned. So just right at this snapshot, yes, 20 million short, but you might have someone that's just put their crews into Super Ace and about to submit that contract to Salem and update this table, the volumes there.
So if we don't meet that deadline by the end of Q4, is there serious repercussions that volume won't be available in 27?
No, those sales will get auctioned.
Yeah.
And, they might, the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, like we have a sale that's getting auctioned in August. It's still attributed to the FY 26. It's just that little lag time of the time that kind of our field district goal is to get all the sales in Salem by June 30th. Whether they take 6 weeks to actually post an auction, it might be a little lag into the first quarter of 27, but they're still attributed to that 26 volume.
Okay.
And that's something we've been working on too, is cleaning up how many sales spill into that first queue of the next fiscal, trying to reduce that. It's not, we'll never like get all the way there, but trying to, from a cash flow perspective, that stuff.
Essentially at this point though, if it is lagging, we can catch up.
Absolutely.
And it's not going to create a cascading effect 27 into 28 of being behind on timber sale volume being sold.
No, it shouldn't.
No, it's actually designed to stagger a little bit because we're out on fire season. And so we want to sell sales in the summer. So we have a good flow throughout. So the Q4 sales we want the districts that have the sales into Salem to be posted by June 30th. For the majority, we'll get there. So that way those sales will actually be sold in that first quarter, but they're still attributed to the FY 26 sale plan. The other thing is the way we have the IP set up, and you'll see this as we go, or the implementation plan set up, and you'll see this as we go into the new implementation plans, is that if, things come up, things happen, like a road we thought we could build, like something happens out there and we may be short, we have two options. We can either move up an alternate and make up that volume, or we can look to the next year and add an additional sale to that, just depending on the timing of when those issues come up, because it's an average over the IP length, not necessarily a yearly target. Our goal is to meet those targets every year for sure. But you guys know, the planning process is pretty good, but you can see up here, there's give and take. And so there's some flexibility from year to year. It makes more sense when we have a 10-year timeline to kind of play markets and to balance the books over a 10-year period, but we do have that flexibility in our current as well.
So the next slides are,
Commissioner Banks.
go ahead, Courtney.
Nope.
No, oh, okay, sorry.
The next couple slides it's more of the same theme of kind of showing you where we're at and kind of projecting the plan into the last month and a half here. Just shown a little different. This is kind of a slide that shows the total as compared to our IP target, our annual harvest objective for each district. So again, same kind of timber sale volume remaining here are those same sales that the districts are finalizing, just showing how much volume is left and what they are as a percent of their annual harvest objective. So again, this is where if you add in the AOP plan volume, assuming that it comes in really close to what was planned, we're at about 104% across all the districts. At the bottom is Klamath Lake. They don't really have implementation plan volume targets. There's more of a acreage target, but we didn't want to leave them off the list there. So that 3.4 million isn't built into the IP total targets. Any questions on this slide?
The 105 and the 115, was that just crews to cut out, or was that guidance that we said keep going even if you go over plan volume?
I think Dan might elaborate. I'll hit on a high level and then he can follow up for Astoria there. It is a lot of crews. North Cascade, we did a 342 salvage sale. When you have a annual harvest objective of 10 million and you do a salvage sale that's an additional, million plus your crews to cut out or slight variation, the percentage looks like we went way above our annual harvest objective just because we have such a low year. Whereas the larger volume districts, it is just, I think, crews to cut out plan versus prepared slight variations.
Okay. Oh yeah, and then Western Lane had that salvage as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Dan, anything more on that?
Yeah, we had a decided conversation about our volume and trying to balance the acres and volume between what was in habitat conservation areas and what was in production ground. And kind of worked through that. We're averaging about 15 million feet coming out of the HCAs and the rest of the non-HCA ground. So over the IP period that we're in, we should be balancing out and being slightly over. We felt comfortable from a sustainability standpoint being there, but we did have that conversation of whether to bump a sale to fiscal 27, and there just wasn't a neat way to do that. So we thought it'd be better to overachieve. But we did have a pretty pointed conversation about making sure we were staying at a sustainable level.
Yeah, thanks.
Commissioner Banks.
And I just want to illustrate that prior to the habitat conservation plan, we were in Astoria district upwards in mid 70s for volume, sometimes 80s for volume. And so 54 as an AOP volume, though much lower. I appreciate Dan's conversation of sustainability and trying to shoot for the best for the communities, because the payout to our social services is what I think about, for the monies that are being harvested. Is our social services are being negatively impacted and so trying to find that sustainable level, I appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, and I, just kind of an overall comment. So the reason I wasn't able to be at the field trip yesterday, OFRI held a forestry workforce summit in Bend. We had breakouts around what the challenges are and potential solutions around forest operations, manufacturing, and foresters. And I was really happy to see a handful of our, actual logger members did come all the way out to Bend from the North Coast. And it was very clear that, one of the key challenges directly from them is work consistency. And so as we think about, you know, the comments that Commissioner Bangs made, around that decreased level, those are both recruitment and retention challenges in the forest operations sector. So I'd be remiss not to just mention that. I think that's not a surprise for anybody here. And there's, you know, those ramifications internal around the internal capacity and the conversations around what we need to do there too. So, but I just want to highlight that, you know, as we think about how things are changing, how we communicate with the contractor community as well in the area. It's important to be cognizant of that. And I've made the comments too around, you know, volume versus acres and treatment and different types of treatment, versus what equipment is out there, and all those things are important to be thoughtful of too. So, just, I think I maybe haven't made this comment before, but it would be nice to, in addition to seeing the volume, seeing the acreages for all of these districts and how many acres are being cut, and just a better idea about the type of treatment, that's out there and acre, you know, volume per acre, things like that. But definitely things that I care about, and how many of our members will be served by the volume being offered by the department.
Very good segue for the next slide that is. That's the last meeting. Volume is the same on every acre. So this is a table that shows planted acres versus prepared acres and how that boils down for each district. So you can see on the left here, thinning harvest acres. Again, slight variations when you set up a sale in the annual operations plan of the planning, then you get out on the ground and you're maybe tightening up an operational boundary or leaving a green tree reserve area, or, oh, there's a new stream we weren't there. We didn't know was there. And so we're buffering that out. The acres do vary a little bit, but for the most part, pretty consistent from plan to prepared on thinning. Again, the climate, they don't have the volume target. They have an acreage target in their plan. So there are 2 sales remaining. It looks like they haven't done much of anything, but as soon as they do those 2 sales, that's all their acres for thinning. On the regen side, a little bit more on the acres because of the green tree reserve areas that come into play. But again, just slight variations. And then the remaining acres are those sales that are yet to be submitted. But if you assume the AOP planned acres, really, it's about 250 acres less than was planned across all the districts. Just a note that I have here for the Astoria district, like I said, it was almost entirely combination of green tree areas and a few perennial streams that were discovered. Tillamook, it's a combination of perennial streams and new geotechnical buffers that, as they're going to lay out sales and have specialists review, find areas that are, you know, HLHL ground or really tough slopes that they have to buffer out. So that's the reduction of acres there, but ends up being about only 250 less.
I think Courtney has another question.
Okay.
Yeah, just for Tillamook, that 913 number. So you just said about 200. Can you explain why that number is so much higher than any other district?
Yeah, that is the 3 remaining Tillamook sales. As they complete those, that's what's remaining for their acres. Once they complete those, that'll get really close to, if you do the math there, 21 out of 22 that was planned. So once those 913 acres get submitted as a timber sale package into Salem, at 913 will go into the prepared column right here and total up to about 2,100. So if you take the bottom total of all these, about 250 acres total for all districts combined of planned versus prepared.
Okay, and is there an expectation of for any of those sales not to actually sell?
I think the expectation is for all of those to sell. I don't know those sales specifically. Anyone?
The Cook Creek sales that in the mix there? There's one.
That's a 25.
So it's these 3 Tillamook sales. 2 of them are really close to contract completion, one's at 75%. They've done the field work, so assuming they will all sell, yes.
Yeah.
I will bring up the Cook Creek Overlook sale. Now that it is a 26. We're still having some conversations around that. The project work and the logging costs ended up when they kind of submitted the final package to be about 100% of the profit of that sale. And so there was no net revenue. So we're reworking that to look at it just to see if there's any opportunities or anything that we can do differently before we make a final decision on whether or not. Now, that being said, if we don't do it, we'll look at either doing an alternative or doing additional volume next year. So.
Tillamook, it's a good example. So they're really almost at a skeleton crew at this point, many of whom are serving in developmentals or, you know, actings. It's things are moving a little slower there than they would, you know, with a fully staffed and fully functional district. So behind schedule, but on track, I think.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about Tillamook being a challenge earlier. And we've got a retention issue. I don't know about recruitment, but we've got one individual sale layout serving in an NRS2 in a work out of class. An additional one just resigned at the end of last month. And then another on medical. And so ultimately right now, we don't have a sale layout forester. Where we have a unit based around those folks. And so we have been doing a good job in coordination, and Colleen mentioned it, of us coming together across district boundaries. Where are we ahead? Where do we need help? How do we shift workload potentially across districts to navigate some of that? And we'll continue to do some of that planning here into the next year, I'm sure. We've always had a higher turnover rate in Tillamook. You know, obviously steep, challenging ground. And maybe less people apply than some of our other office locations, not to say it's a lesser desirable area to live, but something we're currently trying to figure out and looking at what the future model shows for that district as well and how we get that work done.
So with this Cook Creek sale, if it's a no-go, if the challenge is in Tillamook.
Yeah.
Is there a sale ready to pull forward for 20?
So it just depends. So we'll evaluate it, like where are we workload wise? If we don't do it for FY26, so let's say we drop that sale, we will add that volume for FY27. So on average over the 2 years, we'll meet our target. So that's where we'll adjust if we decide to drop that sale, likely. That's a district decision and they'll come together with a recommendation for that. We want to first make sure, because we've put a lot of work into that sale, and we want to make sure markets have come up a little bit. There's a lot of alder in there and that area just, you know, it's really steep. It's, you know, not the best alder, and markets were just a little bit different earlier this year. So we're going to rework it, see what we can do. If that's not a viable option, then the district kind of has those choices. They can bring another sale, but because of staffing levels and them getting kind of back into order as they get the DF hired, it may be that we just pull another sale next year.
Is that money for us or for us and the counties?
It would be definitely for us, and likely for the counties as well. If it's
the county,
if it's worth $1 million and it costs $1 million, it doesn't. I'm just but if it costs $1 million, then there's no money to split.
Yeah, and like we do money losers for us sometimes, and we will continue to do so. I mean, we try to balance over the AOP as well. In a way, it's revenue positive, but that doesn't preclude us from doing a sale that loses money to ODF. Sale that doesn't generate any revenue for the counties, that has limited as well. Like that's a hard sell.
And this is going to be something, you know, we always talk about, like we're doing the best ground. There's some big challenges on the district in the future, you know, as we see, you know, volumes change and where we're getting volume out of. Some of that is not going to be the most positive revenues or the highest revenues. You know, it's different when you're doing 30 million board feet more, and that's on Tillamook or on Astoria and Forest Grove. But if that 30 million would be on Tillamook, you're going to have reduced values for sure, because your road costs are higher, your logging costs are higher, and we get lower stubbages for the timber. And the timber's just smaller. There's less per acre. So some challenges that we have. This sale specifically kind of highlights some of those.
Yeah. And you said that was due to the road package and the logging costs?
Yeah.
So is there opportunity to move money around to do a project work contract to help with the roading side?
Yeah, I think all of that can be on the table. It's just, you know, it's just as you kind of pull all those pieces together and you're like, shoot, this isn't what we were hoping it was. It was a high project cost or high cost to value in the AOP. It was one of the highest ones. But because of some of the market changes and some of the additional things they found out there, it did go higher. So we just want to rework it, but that all takes time. And that's where that averaging across sale plans really comes in handy. So we're not doing additional work, or we can do it at the time when we have all the staff in place. So we can just put together, because, you know, it's a great team. They put together great products. It's just really challenging ground that just takes a lot of time sometimes to figure out the right way to get that balance where we want it to be. Shortly.
She did, yeah.
Yeah, I would just encourage the department to communicate. I don't know if it's communicating with all of the trust land counties or if it's just communicating with Tillamook County, because it seems like that this is kind of sounding like a potential one-off in the entire AOP. And I mean, do you need to log it for commitments within the HCP? Are you needing to log it just so you hit volume targets? Like, there's a lot of questions and answers, I think, because if we're looking at health and wellness and future of the forest and future potentials for future harvests, if you log, and it sounds like it's an alder stand, like there's a lot of nuances in that conversation that I think that the county, at least Tillamook County, should be involved in, if not the trust land counties.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of these stands across the Tillamook District Forest. And, you know, I know that's conversations we've had with the counties, because it's essentially some additional restoration work that we have to do on that district. The alder was all sprayed in the 70s, you know, the multi-tops, we've talked about zombie alder a lot. You know, a lot of road challenges when a lot of the roads just went, you know, they were in the lower part of the draws. So we was trying to get that road system up on the ridges. And so it's a conversation that I know past DS had discussed with the counties in the past, but I think that there are some solutions that we need to work through in a bigger conversation. And I think that those will pick back up as we get through kind of this FMP, HCP planning. That is definitely something we're going to have to continue with the new district forester to have conversation about.
I just saw a memo that never came to fruition, but it was Mike Bordelon and Tim Josie, who was former Tillamook County Commissioner. Mike was our former division chief. At the time, I think he might have been Tillamook DF, but it would have it was around exactly this. Like, is there a different revenue distribution formula that makes these pencil out? Can the county accept less revenue from a given sale, but we're able to do a bunch more sales, and thus they actually see revenue? It's a discussion we're going to have again, for sure.
Yeah, I know as Clatsop, we're not going to want to readdress our distribution revenue because Clatsop has very different quality in trees than Tillamook County does. But I think that this would be a county by county conversation to be had. And granted, Josie, that's a long time ago. So you have an entirely different leadership there in Tillamook County. And I think pulling the commissioners in and having this kind of truthing conversation would be important.
Yeah, and this is like very much a Tillamook specific issue that we're navigating, Tillamook County specific issue.
I don't want to belabor it, but again, on the operator side, I think where there's opportunities, Courtney, even with FBLAC and AOL to talk about work opportunity. Because that's another source of revenue for the county as it relates to county spend and making sure that we continue to have that workforce available. So I think it's a bigger conversation and this is not the right body for that conversation.
Just for awareness.
But yeah, I think that's important. So appreciate kind of airing that and Ty and everybody else who's kind of talked about that. I have one other comment that's different than this, so people are ready to move on.
I'll stay on that for just a second
Yeah.
and go back to you. These, having watched this, for quite a while, the craftsmanship that you're describing, these sales, there's a lot of skill and experience in assessing the profitability of these sales and the go, no go moments and the investments in access. And it's an art that it doesn't happen in a lot of the private sector or in a lot of ground. And so there's a lot of talent here. It's not just a matter of, did you talk to the county? It's going to be good to bring the county up to speed about these challenges so that they know what they're asking for when they're asking for it. But this is hard work. And by the time you get really good at it up in the field, you're damn good frankly, at trying to push these sales around and get be profitable. And so it's not just a bunch of people without enough input. It's what I'm saying. We don't need a lot more public veto points on these experts. Everybody needs to be heard, but I'm impressed with what I've watched.
Yeah, very appreciated, but I do think that there's some solutions that we may not be able to just attain just with where we're right now. That gets us so far, and that's served us as much as it can over the last couple of years, but especially when we see the implementation plan modeling and the available acres on Tillamook versus other parts of the landscape, that is really going to rise this challenge to a place that we maybe not had to really deal with. We've been able to kind of work around it because all of the burn came on all at the same time. So we had lots of places to go on that district. Now we're a little bit more focused in areas that have these challenges, and there may be an additional or higher volumes that we're expecting off those grounds, but it's not going to be at the same financial benefit that it would be when those acres were on other districts. So I think that it's just a conversations that's changed, and it is something we've got to get through these transition periods so we can turn our focus onto that conversation and finding solutions with the partners, that some of the partners you talked about, and finding some creative ways to address kind of this bigger issue that we have.
These transition periods and policy and plan, right?
Yeah. Yep.
This whole basins, we still need to figure out how to get a road into.
Well, like Cook Creek, we just pulled out of there road wise the last 10 years because it's impossible. It's very, very expensive.
Yeah. But there's still challenges in trying to make sense. So my one other question, can you go back to the acres slide? So not necessarily like trying to figure out exactly how to talk about it in the context of ODF, but I'll start with just talking about something that I have observed over time on federal lands. But what I have seen in talking to the federal services is that a lot of times, this often happens. You have the plan and then the prepared, right? You run into all sorts of stuff out in the woods again, streams that were not on the layer, and you pull that back. And when I've had conversations with the Fish and Wildlife Service in particular, that never gets conveyed to them. And so on the federal lands, when they do biops and they're looking at how many acres they thought were cut
in what they were presented in an NEPA document versus what actually occurred that never gets reconciled in their databases. And so, you know, we're at a loss here because Vanessa's not here to kind of talk about some of that piece, but I implore you, as you continue to work with the federal services through the HCP and the biological goals and goals and objectives within that information is conveyed to the services, because that is really, you know, those acres really are additive to what you're already giving in the HCAs and the RCAs. Now, they may be in different locations, but there are habitat benefits and other ecosystem benefits beyond, you know, the timber that's not coming out of there. But I implore you to get creative about how you talk about those things to the services moving forward, because I think it's an important component that we often lose and is just lost in the shuffle of how things get prepared. So I just want to put that out there because it's something we don't always think about.
And I think it's a really good point, but I do just want to mention that part of our process today is the accomplishment side of the, you know, we come to you guys, we talk to you guys about accomplishment, we take that to the board. There is a laundry list of things in the HCP that Tyson and I will be working on from the monitoring side of things. And a lot of that is tied to what were the actual buffers that we did? Where were the actual green trees and green tree retention areas? You know, what is the compliance of the HCP? So there'll be a robust piece on the back end. It's all stuff we're still working on to get in place, but you will see that. So we're really trying to think of that in mind. So we're really able to articulate what it is we're doing and that we are in compliance with the HCP and adding these both inside and outside of the HCAs.
I just think for, you know, not only them, but also like the public awareness, right? You say what you're going to do in the AOPs, but then it doesn't look the same on the other end. And whether it's, you know, cutting more, cutting less, or getting more, oftentimes getting more volume or less volume just because of the.
And it's a good thought so in the annual operations plan, we kind of have a cumulative tables of actuals, just so we can show like, this is how we're tracking action, because it's not just prepared acres and volume, it's actual acres and volumes that we want to be tracking as well. But it is something, and I know Jody's taking notes right now, but as we look at the annual operations plans, is highlighting where, you know, where we're doing additional buffers, or, you know, that these additional acres or these lower acres are due to other things. So there's some opportunities there to articulate what we're doing, if nothing else, in the accomplishment reporting.
It's a good point. I mean, like, to be honest, we don't get a lot of credit from either of those groups, the service or the public, on things like leaf trees. I think there's a perception issue there. And probably the only way to address that is to bring data forward into the conversation, right? The service doesn't put a lot of weight into leaf trees providing much, not in our HCP discussions anyway. And I think the public just see it as the tree left standing, not necessarily as, you know, they see the harvest, they don't see the retention, right? So there's something we need to work on.
That'd be a really great thing, TSC. I put that in my notes. So we were talking about that, is what do buffers do? What do green trees do? What do, you know, really talking about those things that they are going to see out in the kind of the economic emphasis areas. You know, what is that providing to habitat? What types of habitats is that supporting? And just to kind of connect all aspects of being sick. Sorry.
So we have a buffer program actually, which is perfect. So yeah.
Well, it's also, it's truly is a big thing. And until you take somebody out there and they can actually see it, it's a very hard thing to explain.
I started my career in Bug County in the coast, in the ONC, coming from the East Coast, shocked by clear cuts. What changed my opinion on, but aside from like variable density thinning and stuff, was better understanding of what the tree retention and how it plays. Like how I became to appreciate clear cuts is via legacy, like leaf tree retention.
So you've looked at federal sales and like prepared, be better. Certainly.
I came from the federal side. Yes, I never saw this.
Yeah, you guys are.
Well, we hired a federal scientist 6 months ago for our inventory team. Um, he was in Idaho working research for us, but he says our inventory program is a little better than what he has heard from federal.
Yeah, well, and their ability to have, I mean, they're like, yeah, they've changed a lot in like their error acceptability too, in cruising and different standards, so. Yeah, you guys know a lot more about what's out there, I'd say. It can always be.
Trying to bring some of that rigor to the GNA program. And what's, to the extent that we have the ability to plan the projects, we are, bringing our expertise there.
It's really additive.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Anything more, Kyle?
No.
Okay, we're destined for a break. So I'm gonna give you a break, but it's only gonna be a 10-minute break.
I can adjust. My presentation can be as long as it needs to get us back on track, you guys know.
So the real time is 11 o'clock straight up, so 11:10. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. All right. So good morning again. I introduced myself as Queen Kaiser, I'm an operations manager. And so this morning, I really just wanted to go through the status of the FY 26, FY 27 annual operations plan. So I get my ears. That's my team. Like I'm always in the wrong ear. I generally know what I'm talking about, but ears not so good. So kind of since the last SBAC meeting, we've completed the internal and external specialist review, completed all the draft documents, finalized those, and then uploaded those to the web map and started the public comment period. We also did outreach to small private adjacent landowners that share a property line with operations. That occurred about a week before we started public comment, just to give them a little bit additional access so they knew what was coming, and gave them some contact information at the district. So if they had any questions or concerns that they could ask someone to do. So this first part of my presentation is really just going to focus on what have we received so far from the public comment period. So as of Wednesday, we received a little over 1,100 letters. Historically, the last week is when we get the majority of the letters. So we really saw an uptick starting on Tuesday, and we suspect right up until Monday at 5 o'clock, they'll just continue to roll in. I stopped looking Wednesday afternoon, so if there are themes or comments that came in, I just asked my staff to not let me know anymore, because I needed to finish the presentation. And we'll definitely, as you guys know, we put it together a pretty robust comment response. And with that is a summary of the comments that we've received. So my hope today, or our hope, is to get feedback and advice from the team, from each of your perspectives, if there's anything that's concerns or red flags or advice how to move forward with the comments that we've received so far. But we also ask that you provide it within the context of our policies and our forest management plan and implementation plans that we do have to have, because we have to work within those. So we're just asking the best your ability, if you can push us in to give us advice that honors us, that would be great. It just makes it a lot more actionable. We have about 100 unique comments, so very specific, or wasn't part of kind of an email form letter, but we have gotten about 1,000 that are in the form of email campaigns, but for various groups, kind of on all aspects of GPV. So we have stuff from the environmental side, from the environment or economic side, and from the social side. Those form letters, I think there's probably about 5 or 6 right now that we're getting from various groups, and there are people that are really interested in what they do. So we receive a lot of different levels of comments during this public comment process. The majority of them we've received are really related to high level or broad topics. So on the next few slides, I've really condensed these comments to one, just kind of highlight the differences of the comments that we've gotten, so you can kind of see where we fall in the middle of that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Question. This is for the AOP for all the forests.
It is for all of the districts.
Okay, so so some of this stuff is really focused out of the Tillamook, for example. Some of it, no or yes.
We haven't seen a lot of sale or district specific comments this year. They were starting to kind of pop up, and I'll get to that in a minute, but on some of the broader topics, so this specific sale, but it's a broad topic, like we don't want you to harvest mature forests, or we don't want you to do herbicides in this specific sale. I don't have a summary of those ones yet, but that was something we'll address during the process.
I wanted to kind of presage what you're about.
Okay.
As far as process.
Yeah.
Because of a comment in the Board of Forestry meeting last time, which I thought was just groundless. They went after staff for summarizing the hundreds and hundreds of comments in this way. And this is the way we have asked you to summarize them. The decades of hearing these, you know, what should we do? How should we describe these? And for you to summarize these, some on the board and maybe some of the public think that you're editorializing, you're choosing which ones to talk about, how to spin them or present them. When you're really actually just trying to respect the public by giving a fulsome depiction of these comments, which you would not be able to do if you respected each of the 1,000 letters you got. So I appreciate this, and I thought the comment from the board was just had no basis, frankly.
Well, I appreciate that. I think, what I can talk about a little bit is what we do with the comments when we receive them. So when we receive a letter, so we can get a 1-sentence letter. Some people just say, we want you to do this, and that's their whole comment. Or we can receive 26 pages of kind of itemized, like, here are the concerns that we have. And what we do is we take those, and I've got a team of folks who really look at each one of those and identify what are like the actionable, or so like concerns, recommendations, points of clarification, recommendations to make adjustments. And we actually go through the letters. So these are just the letters. So we said that I have about 1,100 letters. Some of those can have 100 comments as well within those. And then in our actual comment response document where we summarize them, we generally it's way more specific than I get here, but we will group them by themes. So here are people that are concerned about GPV, but you can have concerns about GPV from various different backgrounds or interests or perspectives. And we just try to make sure that we have addressed each one of those comments are addressed in that list. So if someone has a comment about GPV, regardless of what their background, or we try to be very unbiased as we go through the process, we will make sure that that comment is reflected in that list of things. And then we respond as a whole to how we approach GPV, not necessarily comment by comment of why we're doing it or we're not doing it, or we're not trying to justify it. It's just trying to explain these are all the things that we're thinking about and what we're doing and how we approach GPV. So I'm not here to show, I'm not saying anyone is right or wrong. These are just the comments and the topics and the themes that we've received that we have to consider, the district foresters have to consider in order to determine, does it fit within policy? Does it fit within our plans? What trade-offs do we have to consider when we're looking at kind of all these different comments, and do we make a change or not? Any questions on that before I dig into the comments?
Just a comment on your comment. Appreciate that a lot, because it was just a good faith. The comments come in and it's literally like clear cut, don't clear cut. You're like, okay, those are two opposing opinions, right?
Or take a certain chemical out of my hand lotion.
There was a valid point in there that we weren't acknowledging that it was too polarized, and that folks in both parties may actually, there's more shared values than we were acknowledging, which is a valid criticism. But yeah, we were just literally trying to put it into a easily digestible form, got in trouble.
Yeah, it was a comment on divisiveness or somehow.
It wasn't intentional. It was like, that's how it looks when you're looking at a pile of comments and they're directly opposed. And
generally, we're not getting comments about what people. I think I can generalize that.
Nobody.
There's a couple times that generally we're not.
I got a speeding ticket in Michigan last summer, and when I went to pay it, I said nice things to the woman about the cop that pulled us over. And she was so shocked because you just don't get the nice comments.
I will say other recreation does, like if they like a trail, they will let us know that they really like it. That's probably the most positives that we get. Amanda, did you have-
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, to the comment, like, I would much rather see comments presented like this rather than the oversimplification of why a group that was called out, very specific companies and organizations called out for only liking a specific thing or only caring about a specific thing. So I appreciate, Nick, your comments around kind of recognizing that could have maybe been discussed.
It was more innocent than if it was like betrayed, but it wasn't valid criticism.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and I try to highlight, so the comments that we have here, you know, I didn't take out any inaccuracies or anything that we may have data that shows something different. Like I don't put any of that bias in, because that all goes into the responses that we do. If there's misinformation or there's some facts that are generally a little bit different, or that we need to maybe clear the air on, we'll do that in response. So this is really just, these are the types of comments that we got, just a more summarized higher level, because I didn't want to read through, or I didn't want you guys, I would have took all day. And these already take a long time as we discuss kind of the themes.
Do you have to respond to every comment, or do you at least, do you acknowledge that you received the letter? Thank you.
We don't respond at saying that we received the comment, but I'm going to share with you. Hold on, let me get out of this really quick. You know, when we come back from lunch, I'll share the response document so you guys can see kind of how we address the comments more specifically, and then how we approach the public comments response. We don't have the staff to respond in the timeline that we have. We used to do that when we had 46 comments, and it was really challenging because we've got all this other work going on. So the same people that are, you know, the districts are trying to lay out sales, we're working on FMPs, IP, you know, all the alphabet soup that we're working on. And so that was one of the main charges that I had when I first took over this job, or when I first came to Salem, was how do we streamline this so that way we can address as much as possible. We're being equitable in how we respond, because at that time, I think we were only responding to kind of the bigger letters and not kind of the one sentence or one paragraph letters. And so we looked at a lot of different agencies, how we do it. I'm pretty sure we talked to this group about kind of what we were thinking and how we were going to go forward. And we settled on this process to help get us, you know, we talk about marketing a lot, and this was one of the ways that we thought we could market our message a little bit better. We are collecting all of the emails, and the plan is to send out the comment response to the email lists, because we are collecting those things. So that way they actually get the response to their comment, but it's not like personal. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes. Glad I don't have your job.
Yeah, I like it.
Good, I'm glad.
But she has her job.
I have that great. It's the staff. They look at a lot of comments. The technical side, you know, it's not always the strong side, so bear with me. Okay, so like I said, these are condensed versions and are just broad topics. So far this year, we've received a lot of comments that recommend that ODF should harvest more, and that they should harvest less, that we should thin or selective harvest more. That we should replace our current clear cut levels with thinning acres. That we should only harvest in certain areas. And that changes depending on who you're getting a comment from. So some people want us to harvest in some certain areas and not other certain areas. So it got hard because there was a long list. So, or we should stop clear cutting or harvesting altogether. We've also received comments that express concerns about reduced revenues to counties and schools, concerns about mill closures, unbalanced GPV that focuses too much on the environmental or the financial or the social side of the legs. Harvesting and road building on steep slopes, herbicide use, concerns about further restricting harvests on state forests based on public comment, and then limiting harvests which are needed to establish younger forest habitats for birds and pollinators. We've received recommendations to remove planned timber harvest sales from this annual operation plans of mature forests and there's a kind of a range of years of what people define as mature forests. Some say old growth. We don't cut old growth, so I'm just going to say that right now by the definition. But it stems, there's kind of some folks that are like 80 years or older, some are 100 years and older, so that kind of fluctuates depending on the commenter. But they want those removed in order to meet the requirements of the forest management plan or the climate and carbon change plan or the governor's executive orders or all of those combined. To also follow our policies, to approve. And then we also kind of have received comments to approve the planned harvest operations and activities in this AOP with no additional restrictions or changes. And then there were some other comments that mentioned that we need to plan harvests away from recent northern spotted owl observations. Okay, more. We have received a lot of comments. This isn't a surprise. This has been kind of trending up the last couple of years. We've received comments that focus on reducing wildfire risk and severity. Some is by actively managing forests. Some is by banning clear cuts. Some comments were recommending us to utilize smart forest practices, carbon storage and wood products, fuels management, carbon market development. They'd like a lot of comments about evaluating climate impacts of logging and road building, concerns that reduce harvest levels shift costs to taxpayers and homes communities. There were also recommendations to avoid logging and pesticide application near upslope drinking water sources, and that there shouldn't be harvest or road building in riparian conservation areas or in habitat conservation areas. So,
yeah,
go ahead.
Harvest conservation areas, that last line.
Says harvest, not habitat.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that, you guys.
Harvest conservation.
I wrote it right in my notes. Habitat conservation. You guys, so sorry.
Just say RCs.
Yeah, but we've gone away.
If it's harvest or.
Yeah, at the IP and the AOP level, we've totally eliminated acronyms in our plans to make them more functional for the public to read, and I'm trying to do that if it's a public meeting. That was definitely a mistake. I'm sure there was a conversation going on about this operations while I was taking. But the funny thing is, I never writing my notes. All right. We've also received some comments about homeless camps and concerns about harvest operations and recreation conflicts. Recommendations to prioritize watershed restoration to improve water quality. And then we've also seen kind of a uptick in comments about improving our communication and accountability on a variety of topics: forest health, funding, how we're meeting statutory obligations and just compliance with laws and policies. And so that's something that we've really gotten a lot of comments in the past. So those are kind of like the bigger range topics. We also received a lot of really specific comments to recreation. In general, people would like more public use opportunities and well-maintained access to existing recreation areas, including expanded trail systems to reduce crowding, conflicts between user groups such as downhill riders, hikers, equestrians, and motorized users such as passenger vehicles, log trucks. There were recommendations for trail plans and purpose-built design. That was used a lot. I didn't know what that was, Joe, so that might be something that you can explain because I wasn't sure what that was, but there were a lot of, it was used a lot, so I thought I would put that in there.
Purpose-built design.
Purpose-built design. In order to reduce user-created trails, which in turn reduces erosion and habitat impacts. Other comments highlighted that volunteer groups have capacity and are willing to be active stewards of these areas and can build and maintain trails at low costs. There were other comments that supported inclusive trail designing or designs, including features suitable for beginners, intermediate riders, and adaptive riders that would improve the experiences for families, youth riders, and skill progression. The majority of the comments that we received so far were really around the call for a formalized mountain bike trail system plan in the Drift Creek Larch Mountain area, including the recommendation that the full Drift Creek trail system be put forth. That was put forth by user groups to be approved rather than kind of the PC ambitions that they felt have been done. In addition, this is where the support comes in. There was a lot of comments that showed support for the electric trail or electric snake trail, but also for the development of a dedicated climb trail to improve user experience, improve space safety, reduce dependence on shuttling and conflicts with motorized vehicles on logging roads.
What is the electric snake trail?
Electric snake is the name, kind of like, would be a name of timber sale, so a name of a specific trail in the Drift Creek area. And it is, I guess, kind of denote some of these, it is a adaptive trail, so it does meet the needs of adaptive trail users. And just kind of addresses all those other pieces that are talked about. It's replacing or it's doing away with a user created trail from the past to ensure that something we talked about yesterday to really improve that management of systems as compared to just recreation on the ground.
So just as a question, does Drift Creek allow for electric bicycles?
Typically, none of our trails are open to electric bikes except for Black Rock mountain bike area at this point.
That's kind of what that sounds like. That's what that sounds like to me, is that they want a dedicated climb trail that allows electric bikes, and
so the thought on the and I'll just I'm sorry, I don't know how much I want to go in directly. Yeah, so the climb trail, at this point, we only have downhill trails in that area, and so to climb, they're riding up roads. And so a lot of that has to do with the piece, but it's not necessarily directly electric bicycle related.
Okay.
It's just really a safety concern. We talked a little bit downhill yesterday about kind of having OHV trails that hit roads at certain points. Right. We're adjusting those for safety's sake. Obviously, a climb trail is safer than a road.
Sure.
So are they pushing their bike up the logging road and then riding down on their mountain bike?
They're riding.
Are they riding that side?
Yeah.
Clearly not.
Yes. What's the name of that?
Yeah.
Kind of, because they do, because that is sort of where the mountain bike culture is right now, is allowing the electric bike aspect of it to push you up and then to come down. For $6,000, you can do that.
That's right. Yeah. But that's not a management choice that the department has taken.
No, that's good. Well, I guess that's what I was, not to be,
Yeah.
not to have an opinion about that.
And these set of comments fit a little bit in this AOP phase because this is a trail, kind of a small trail system geographically. And this question of how soon to implement everybody's dreams here in the system, it could all happen at once in a certain world, but the entire management side of this has to come along with that. And it's a tough time to have enthusiasts asking for everything. So what's the smartest phased implementation of this dream? I'm talking for you, Joe.
Well said, Barry. I mean, it's always hard to just say yes to everything, right? And especially, I know Clint's probably going to talk about this afternoon, but especially as we've been in the middle of multiple plans and multiple decisions, a big part of our IP decision as far as recreation goes, where do we focus our time? Where do we not focus our time? Kind of talking about that recreation spectrum from yesterday. That's big. Well, we need to know what direction we're going with those opportunities.
It's really hard, sorry, for the user community that we have the money, we have the volunteers, it's free for everyone. Just what is the problem? Why can't, you'll never even notice us doing this. And integrate them with.
I don't know how many more slides you have.
I actually don't, because our conversations usually take up, and it's the conversation is what I want to hear. And so I have a little bit more, but
Okay.
to ask.
Yeah, I am just wondering, kind of to piggyback a little bit off of what Barrett is saying, many of these comments, it seems like, are really more appropriate for IPs. And so at what point do you guys feel like you have the authority to just say, please come back when we have an IP for you to comment on and just be done with it?
Interesting and a lot. I think one of the things that I've learned over the last 10 years of really focusing on public comment is that it doesn't matter. Like, we'll get these same level of comments. We'll get them at every stage. What our job is to take this feedback in and go, it's not just an IP or it's not just an AOP comment. We catalog these things so we can also look at them when we're developing IPs or even FMPs. We've looked at public comment to just kind of understand what is the scope influence that public comment has. Where do we have decision space to make adjustments and where don't we? And so, as Jody and I and the rest of the team were kind of looking at these, it's like, okay, so here are some things that we could probably do differently. Especially that last one where we were talking about accountability and transparency and communication. That's going to get funneled right over to the IPs. So we look at the AOP as an opportunity to educate, how this is being. And this year it may be, it's like, we're going to take some of these to work through when we do the IP process, but we will be doing the IP public comment and the AOP public comment next year at the same time, because it would be too hard to differentiate those comments. So we're just going to address them all at once for both sets of documents. And I'll talk about that a little bit more.
And I appreciate that, but we have limited staff, limited time, limited capacity, limited funding. Getting back to basics, focusing on what's legally required, I think is important. And it's the public's responsibility to comment on those specific documents at that time too. So I'm not saying, well intended, right? But I think it is important to think about what this is for, what the purpose is, and kind of the purpose and need of this specific project, and what you have the requirement and legal obligation to respond to in what way.
It's fair. I will say the comments are more specific.
Yeah,
in a lot of ways that we've received, and I have generalized. I've taken some liberties to generalize just to kind of get those kind of higher level pieces. But I think it's good feedback, and it's just something we'll just consider as we go forward. Because there's that balance, right? We want to be as transparent and as responsive as we can while still following our policies and rules, because the public doesn't have to comment within our policies and rules. And, you know, we have things on our websites to say these are the types of comments that are the most beneficial to us, but they don't have to. They can comment on. We do have some that will probably be out of scope. It's just out of scope of the AOP. Other times we'll just take the opportunities to educate. And then there's others where we will actually do actions too. And in the annual operations plan, as we approve them, we have a change log of all the changes that we've made since the public comment period. Some of those will be based on public comments. Some of it is just information that we found just continuing the work as we work through. Some of it's tribals because we're still working through our tribal engagement. So, but I think we've done a really good job in the last couple of years of really all comments get filtered through what our policies are and what we evaluate the trade-offs and the feedback, but ultimately we still have to meet our requirements and our goals and our objectives.
I think it's just good to like contextualize, you know, what is the purpose of the AOP? And make sure that you're auguring into that when responding to comments, right? If the main purpose is to discuss what we are doing today to meet the implementation plan, that, I mean, maybe it's more broad than that, but I'm just, you know, just my observation.
No, you're right. I feel like pie in the sky for us has always been if the public got all that and actually engaged in that way, they don't.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of our job to sort through it all. But yeah, I mean, that's always been our goal is if we could get people to understand what an IP is trying to accomplish and how it relates back to the forest management plan, then any given annual operations plan should make a lot more sense in that. Why are you clear cutting right here? Should make a lot more sense in that context. We just haven't been able to get people.
Yeah.
there.
And if you rebuff, sometimes they won't comment where they're supposed to comment anyway.
If you're thinking about training element, you're taking these, and you're taking some action or some response, you end up kind of training people to just go ahead. This is, you know, the time. If you podcast, this is the wrong time for this type of comment. Thank you. Maybe that trains people. Like back in the day, and when we got stone tablets in for they were very specific. You get an AOP and you could tell somebody that downloaded the AOP, they opened it to page 10 and they saw a line that was, and you get this comment based on that, and it just becomes more and more.
What's really interesting is kind of before, you know, if we got more than 100 comments, if we got more than 50 comments, it was surprising. Yeah, it's a very specific thing, you know, but with the change that technology that we have, that's different, but also the outreach and the work that we've done and the interest level in what we're doing on state forests has completely changed in the last 10 years. And I think we're seeing that and just trying to find quick ways and unique ways to truly honor the process. Because I think that's that's one thing that we probably get a lot of pushback on, is that you're not transparent. You really don't care what you have to say. And I'm here to tell you to do.
Yeah.
My team reads every single comment. We want to hear it because we want to do better and we want to understand the environment that we're working on. That will help us articulate it in the future. It's the same here. Like, we want to hear the opinions that you all have for that purpose. It doesn't mean that we can react to all of it. We've very limited decision space, especially at the AOP level. I have pretty good lists that you guys had given me a couple of meetings ago about how to reach out and educate and do that. And while we've been focused on the FMP and the HCP, we have not been able to do that. But I still have that information, and that is all future work. I do not know if we're going to be able to implement it right before we go to public comment this next year, but in subsequent years that will turn our focus to improve our educational opportunities to be able to hopefully streamline that in the future.
Can you run like a thought experiment?
Already had her hand up.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, I guess looking at these comments, I don't know what the right word is to describe it, but I feel like there is a disconnect between the public and the department on, I see more public use, trail plans, volunteer groups, inclusive trail design, trail system, trail recreation. And and then I see stop logging, and it causes me a concern because I don't think the public understands that taxpayers, other than through permit fees, that taxpayers really aren't paying for recreation on state lands. Everything is paid for through timber harvest. And so I feel like that there's a disconnect in the education portion of how ODF state lands is funded, how recreation on state lands is funded, because I think we all know that the camping permit fee does not pay for the 400 plus miles of maintenance and the bathrooms and so on and so forth. So I guess my concern is that there is a disconnect in how the public views state lands, and there's an assumption that state general fund somehow pays for some of this. And so I understand why folks have expectations, because they feel like they're paying for this, so they have an expectation or an ownership over it, but they truly aren't paying for it. And so I don't know. I don't know how to narrate this for the public, because at some point, we have the narrative, stop cutting trees. Well, okay, if the public is demanding that, then we need to be able to highlight what the trade-off is of that. It's less trail, less recreation, less maintenance, less for their social services, less for schools, less fire response. I mean, I don't know how to bridge that gap, that information gap. So.
Thanks for that perspective. I think that, you're articulating kind of that same conversation that we've been having the last 2 days, about how we can market and how we can tell our story. So that way people are interacting with kind of the factual information and kind of where we're at. And that's something that we can do better. I think we're always going to have people that comment these things regardless. But I think we definitely see that gap in kind of the education piece that we can do better. So those are points that we'll definitely capture in the notes. And as we're looking at kind of the educational piece, as we're looking at our implementation plans and just future work that we need to do, those are points that we can consider.
There's so many complexities in play here, partly, the social science of this whole thing. Because prior to coming to work for ODF, most of my knowledge base was around fed lands, right? And I think that's how most people are, your general public.
Yeah.
And, as Colleen suggested, a decade or so ago, people started paying more attention to us because the feds hadn't done anything in a long time. And so eventually they found us oh, here's a public entity who's still harvesting. Let's go get them. And without really understanding the differences in our business model, essentially, which is the thing we don't communicate out well, and the constraints of that business model. So it's something we need to work on, but it's also a reflection of people just finding us and thinking of us as public, period.
Yeah, I would agree. And we're so close to our lands Well, the Clatsop, the Tillamook, the same one, so close to population centers. And as we've been ballooning population wise, that pressure has come west. I mean, all those people that come to Astoria come through the forest and go, oh, so.
Yep. And the forest is coming online, which you just touched on too. 25 years ago, it was a less interesting place for a lot of users than it is today.
I will note as well, I think it's mentioned this at CFC that 70% of our visitors come from the metro counties. And so I do think that there's a difference between social services they understand and maybe some of the coastal counties. And so that is part of the story that we need to tell additionally, along with, what was noted as a signage. So that is a significant difference because we actually see a similar split, if not a little bit higher, actually, as far as our users, at least in the Highway 6 corridor, from what we've gathered over the last year in intercept surveys too. So it is just the public comments also reflect that would be my assumption. I don't know if we have that, Colleen, as far as kind of demographics of commenters, but again, it's a difference for, the user groups in different areas as well and how they perceive the forest. So.
Yeah, we stopped collecting kind of the demographics because it doesn't matter. Like they're all Oregonians. I mean, it matters, place matters, right? But we just stopped doing that so there wasn't bias from the team. So that way we were kind of treating all commenters as an individual person, regardless of where they are in the state. That doesn't mean that we couldn't do that to help with some of that education piece in the future, because I do think, it's if the commenters are mostly coming from the Portland area or the metro areas, that's a different type of education than if they're coming from smaller communities. It was at the time, it was more to just try to get the bias out of the system because we just wanted to be more equitable that way. But I think there would be some probably added benefit there. So that way we're targeting our limited resources in the right area.
This is like maybe a crazy idea. But maybe, you have all the, I think it's primarily emails.
We do.
Respond and say, if you want to learn more about how we manage our forest, of course. It could be a nice, comment,
I love that. I don't know that some public will be offended by that. Just tell me to go to the forest.
Sure. Go ahead, Cheryl. I think you're muted.
Yeah, Cheryl, you're muted.
Well, I needed to clear my throat anyway. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Courtney, for bringing that up about the connection of the timber revenue to the services that people are bringing, in their public comments. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear, and maybe this could be taken up by the SBAC Charter Revision Committee, but that the way that fire protection is funded, I don't think is as closely tied to timber revenue as it is in legislatively allocated. Senate Bill 762 comes to mind, but that's a pretty, our charter should reflect some of the really big changes, I think, in fire protection. It's taken me a long time. I still don't know. I know more than I did because I'm here to learn, but that's just one aspect of the public comments that, I don't think anybody would say like, well, we need more timber revenue so we can be better at fighting fires. I don't think those two go together. It sounded like you mentioned fire in one of the fire suppression is one of the deliverables from timber revenue, but I don't think that's accurate. But we can discuss that in our revision to the charter because I think new members will benefit from knowing like what money is allocated for what services that ODF provides. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does anyone
Although the answer is no.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Anyone want to comment?
Not to cut off the conversation, I will say lunch is ready and whenever the group's ready.
We have some time after lunch if we want to continue the conversation. I was just going to talk about some specific sales stuff and it will be very short, but I would like to just get any other kind of feedback. So I can either do that now or I can do it after.
Courtney, I think had a
Oh,
comment.
Courtney, did you?
Do you,
Yeah, I just had the fire sparked something in my brain. So I think it is tied just because a majority of our state land employees are part of the IMT teams and they are part of the fire response. And so without the state lands funding, we wouldn't have the employees to fight the fire. And so there is a tie-in. It's very ambiguous and nobody really talks about it. The only reason why I know that is because I live with an employee. So, but yeah, I hesitate to disconnect the fire conversation because without state lands, we wouldn't have the fire response.
I always like doing this just when we have this conversation, but just if in the room, if you're on a fire team, if you could raise your hand. So just in this room.
That's just team.
And that's just team. That doesn't, all of us have
And if you're
responsibilities.
in the pool and you go out on fire assignments, raise your hand.
There you go.
I think I just saw the number. I think it's like 27% of the IMTs are comprised of state forest staff. So it's something like, it's somewhere around a third, just under a third.
And then the additional support, because a lot of our field staff, the people that are laying out the sales, posting the timber sales, figuring out the roads, they're the ones that are actually on the ground as task force leaders, division suits, crew bosses.
There's no more fire. I was gonna,
I have. Just really quick too, I mean, Courtney could comment on this too, but the counties receive money for their local fire districts too, and special taxing districts through the county receipts, as well as our folks are part of the complete and coordinated system, just like Ty and the timber purchasers. So it is all, I mean, I would argue that it is actually pretty well connected through Oregon statutes as well.
And thank you all for your service. I just want to put that out there. Thank you, everybody, for your service, because it's not easy. It's not.
No, I think Colleen and another person I know who lives near you, Courtney, we're down like 60 something days in 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, each. It's a lot, especially like, families.
I'm gonna let, if this is a fire comment.
yeah, is there, yeah, Cheryl?
Oh, I just wanted to acknowledge those other comments that this fire discussion brought up, and also, of course, express my gratitude for the time away from family. But I think on my tax bill, I'm also paying, because I'm a forest landowner, tax that helps support that effort. But again, these are why I think it'd be good for new SBAC members and myself to just be, I love having a statistic like that 27%. Knowing that up front, that would have helped me understand better. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
My comment was just getting back to this, to education and the public awareness of what's happening here. It's not a one-sided street. I mean, it's not that, not only that not many people understand the economics and what this timber pays for, not enough people understand greatest permanent value at all. Not enough people understand that this recreation resources is, they own it and it's in their backyard. So more people should be out here recreating. And the contributions to the economy and the livability of these communities is greatly dependent on their recreation access and the educational potential of these forests have. So it's an umbrella of a better understanding of these forests and how they're delivering value, habitat, and recreation and knowledge. It's at a very unfortunate low level writ large.
Great.
Okay, just the kind of, normally I usually have like a specific sale, a couple of slides on specific sales that we're getting comments on. So far, so as of Wednesday, we had only received a couple of sales specific ones, and they were mostly about harvesting mature forests. And again, depending on the age that the commenter had and herbicide use. And so it looked like there was kind of an email campaign that was starting to ramp up. So we'll wait to see what those are. So I just wanted that kind of in your head. We do have quite a bit of mature forest. We talked about that last time because, you know, that's really when we focus our final harvests are in those 70 to 90 year range. So we do have a lot in this age that is in that age range that we are harvesting. So it's just, we'll be doing some more comments on those and but
I've been getting comment, I've been talking directly with Pam Birmingham, who is on the North Coast Communities for Watershed Protection. She's been asking specifically about sales on Estopid.
Okay.
So that is one example. We do have at least one stakeholder asking about specific sales. She's just been coming directly to me.
yeah, if you can.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
And then we've also seen a little, you know, not a huge amount of interaction from adjacent landowners, but we are getting some interaction from the adjacent landowner letters that we're sending out. I know that Forest Grove, there's South Blue Sale, there's some adjacent landowner. Any other districts? Have you guys gotten any?
We had one phone call, but it was just.
Nothing for you guys. So I think that that's helping. We did have a little bit more engagement on that last year, and we'll continue to do that going forward. But feel like that's a great process that you all helped us kind of craft how to approach that work. So I think, you know, some of it is we are deliberately kind of avoiding in this transition, really kind of hot button ones until we can have more time to dedicate to those. You know, because they're still out there, you know, and sometimes we know what they are and sometimes we're caught off guard, but we're hoping that our better processes will help us identify those early and we'll be able to deal with those more.
Yeah, I mean, part of that conversation I'm having with her and with the larger group of environmental stakeholders is around what all the, like, it's harvesting mature stands, it's management and HCAs, and it's an ongoing conversation as I try to kind of bring them along, or at least put context around their concerns.
Okay, that's what I have, and that got you a lot of time back. But you know, if you reflect at lunch, if anyone has any additional feedback or just points that they would like us to consider as we're finalizing the annual operations plan, I guess I could do the next steps. So over the next 6 weeks, our staff will be working with the districts and the division staff on evaluating the feedback we've received, identifying potential adjustments to the plans where appropriate that are in alignment with our other high-level plans and policies. We'll be developing those responses I talked about and incorporating changes into the plan documents. This will be ready for district approvals by April 30th. And then the 2 weeks after, or 30th, June 30th. And then the 2 weeks after that is when we start uploading all the documents to the website once they're approved. So usually by July 15th, July 18th is when we have everything up and running. Once those approvals are in. So we expect we'll probably receive a lot more comments in the last push here 5 days. And yeah, we look forward to finishing this one out. Oh yeah.
So it is 12:04. So after 12:30, or would you like a shorter lunch?
You can space them.
Sure. I mean, I'd rather, you know, I guess that's it is Friday, right? And it's rainy and cold out there.
And traffic is gonna be terrible on
Yes.
the way home.
So 12:30, we're back, okay?
Great.
Thank
Straight out that doors, down the hall to the left, there's a break room down that way and food's in there and form a line, grab some food.
Okay, since we have a, I'm not going to take up too much time. I just wanted to see any other thoughts or any other things that came up during lunch. Question about public comments or thoughts. If not, I'll start on the IP planning. Okay. So I just kind of have a high level overview of kind of what we're going to be working on over the next 9 months. So we've been working on the FMP and the HCP, but some of my team and I have been working over the last kind of months trying to figure out the project plan and what the new implementation plans are. And so before I go into kind of the components of the implementation plan, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our planning process, where implementation plans fit in that. This is kind of smaller than I realized I wanted, but let me see if I can. Well, maybe I'll have Robbie maybe point to things as I talk about them.
And Robbie should be, I think you should be able to, on the bottom left, there should be next
Right
to
by
Elaine's
name.
name. You can zoom in for us.
All right.
This is our like highly evolved and streamlined flow chart, by the way.
Yeah.
This is the simplest we could make.
So the plan that you guys.
Purpose conservation areas.
In the draft forest management plan that had been out to the public, this table was affectionately known as like the diagram because there was a lot of arrows, a lot of boxes, and we really tried to streamline it to what it really is. So when we talked about the forest management plan back in March, we talked a lot about what's in the forest management plan and a little bit about the connections, how everything's connected to implementation. So you see there kind of where Robbie is zoomed in on the federal and state laws piece. So we've kind of had two different types of federal and state laws, or this group of laws that we have to follow. So we have the FMP, which is what we're currently developing, which has the guiding principles, the management approach, which we talked about in the last meeting a lot. We talked a little bit about the goals and strategies, and then we have the guidelines. So in those guidelines, we have implementation guidelines, we have asset management guidelines, we have adaptive management guidelines, and we have public engagement. So that's really the chapter that like my team and Tyson's work, that really is where the rubber meets the road of here's our goals and strategies and how are we going to implement it over time. But there was a ton of public comment about there's not specific requirements in this FMP. And that was by design. We really thought about, here are all the supporting documents that we have, and having them in two different places, it causes a lot of confusion, but it also makes it more challenging to adaptively manage it over time. So we've got, Robbie, can you go back over the state law? Sorry, I kind of got off my notes. So you see kind of in that other laws, these are just examples of things that we have to follow. So the Forest Practices Act, we're doing that through our stewardship agreement. Some aspects of it, not all of it, but some aspects of it through the stewardship agreement. The Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, Endangered Species Acts. We have our forest land management classification system, smoke management, and there are others, but this was just kind of some examples. And then if you scroll over the supporting documents, so these supporting documents are really where the standards and the requirements live that we're going to be using to implement the goals and strategies of the plan. So we have the HCP, which has the majority of those requirements, right? The standards and requirements that we have. That is a huge commitment that we have that, we really showed the differences between for various resources of what we currently do last meeting to what the HCP requirements are. We also have operational policies like our roads manual that sets our standards that we're supposed to be following for our road design and our BMPs. We also have Board of Forestry policies that give us direction on how to implement some of these goals and strategies, very similar to the climate change and carbon plan, our vision for Oregon. We also have other directives that get instituted, and we get direction through that the board will, give us other direction that we need to do. The board is working on performance measures. And so that's another addition to, whether we do trends or if there's targets and objectives in there, those are all things that we're going to have to use. We do modeling. So how all these things work together in the direction that we're given of where to, how we're going to implement these goals and strategies on the ground. And then also the adaptive management plan. And Tyson will be talking about that a little bit more. So all of those things.
Can I chime in real quick?
Go ahead, yeah, of course.
Those red boundaries there are intended to indicate places where the board itself has decision authority. Because they've been pressing us hard on what is their authority and how do they influence outcomes. So it's via those few tools.
Dan has a comment as well.
Yeah, Nick, you might point out that those are Board of Forestry performance measures to measure the performance of those policies that they promulgate. There's been a lot of confusion about key performance measures, which are legislative agency measures reporting back to the legislature.
Yeah.
Good catch, Dan. Okay, so really, if you just zoom out just a little bit. So really what it is so we take those other laws that we have to follow, the requirements in the F&P and management approach and those guidelines, and then the supporting documents that help us decide how to implement our goals and strategies. All those combined then feed into how we're going to develop our implementation plans. So that's what I'm going to talk about today is this implementation plans. And those are kind of our midterm objectives. The implementation plans are usually 10 years. We've got a pretty strong monitoring and reporting requirements in our HCP that are tied to the 10-year cycle for adaptive management. And then the next level down is what I just finished talking about, which is our operations plans, and those are those shorter term objectives. We currently call them annual operations plans, but we wanted to give some flexibility to do 1 to 2 year plans going forward, just for efficiencies purposes. We haven't decided what that's going to look like just yet. And it may change over time as we get more efficient with our workforce and just understanding kind of all the requirements that we have. So they may be annual to start with and then change in the longer term buyout plans as we go forward. But we'll bring you guys along in that process once we're at the point where we can make those types of decisions.
Do you intend to just start calling them operations plans from now on?
Yeah, that'll be the term. We just wanted the flexibility to not do them annually. So it may. I've been calling them annual operations plans for 28 years. So I'm pretty sure in my career, I will never change. But whoever replaces me in our upcoming folks will likely be. I also use the Oxford comma and 2 spaces in my papers. So go Gen X. Okay. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight here, a lot of times we stop at operations, right? Or we stop at the operations plan. Usually that's what in the past, I've really stopped at the annual operations plans. But really the next step in our planning process is the actual operations. So we go out, we implement things, we make changes, we make edits, based on what we have in the field. We find different streams that we didn't see or didn't know about. It's all based on the field conditions that are out there. And from that, we start doing the monitoring and reporting. And from that monitoring and reporting, which you know, there's a lot of different requirements in our supporting documents for monitoring and reporting through our HCP, through our adaptive management plans. That then feeds back into, do we need to make adjustments into our supporting documents? Do we make it into, or does it rise to the FMP level? Like, are we seeing something that we need to do? And Tyson will talk about that a little bit more when he gets into the adaptive management. But I just wanted to get this visual out there and see if there's any questions on it, because this is kind of our new way of talking about how the plans connect to implement the goals and strategies of the FMP.
So I have a question. So give an example of what you, like 2 things you would monitor that would go as a.
Okay, that would be great. So in the HCP, we have a requirement, or we have targets or acreage targets for how many acres of thinning we can do in a given time frame, and how many acres we can of clear cut we can do inside of habitat conservation areas. So that's something that in the implementation plans describe what our intention is, what types of activities we would be doing in there, what those targets or objectives that we have for those would be in the implementation plan level for the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the annual operations plan, we say, this is what we're going to plan to do in those areas with these specific operations and how many acres that is. We would then do those operations. And then in the monitoring reporting, we would report out on how many acres did we actually do, what types of harvest we did, were there any adjustments? And then there's a whole litany of compliance monitoring that we have to do for the services to ensure that we implemented the HCP correctly.
Yeah, so like leave tree strategies are not leave trees, snags, and down wood are now in the HCP, like in our current plan, they're in the FMP, but now they live in the HCP, and we have to report to the service annually for each harvest unit. Yes, we hit the numbers. Even further, I guess, sort of more of the adaptive management framework. Like, so we are saying that these treatments in the habitat conservation areas will promote habitat. We're going to be reporting on that development and whether it's actually, we're reporting on how's habitat growing in the areas that we left alone versus the areas that we managed. Is it achieving the desired outcomes, et cetera? Be reporting culverts replaced and trails hydrologically disconnected and like a whole litany. I think there's 130 some odd items that are reportable annually.
So basically, you're reporting actions as well as results.
Yes. Yeah, some of the, so there's compliance, as she implied, which is, you said you were going to do this, did you do it? And then there's effectiveness, which was, you said this would achieve that, did it actually do so? And we're reporting on both.
A lot of work.
Yeah, and this may be something that Tyson gets into, kind of following you, Colleen, but I think one thing that I continue to struggle with, and we talked, you weren't at the planning meeting with us, but you know, that I brought up there too is even me, somebody who's pretty well engaged in these processes, still struggles with the kind of the follow along between the habitat conservation plans, biological goals and objectives, how those filter in and are added to through the goals and strategies in the FMP, how that then is connected to the performance measures, and how all of that connects into adaptive management, and where there's overlap, where there isn't, where, you know, one thing may be in all of those documents and something else may only be one place. And I think that's where I get really confused, because it's easy to talk kind of high level, but like I think really mapping out the specifics for me would be extremely helpful, like the actual things, right? Not just the high level topic of the thing.
which segues very nicely into the implement. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, maybe on that, Colleen, and if you go back there and just thinking about updating the charter, right? And so the committee focused on implementation of a plan. So we provide the committee updates on federal and state laws, right? The FMP update is on the agenda. Updates on some of the other supporting stuff, but ultimately the committee advising the department would include each of those 4 boxes below. Implement items related to our implementation plan, our operations plans, actually our operations. Like if we had a specific topic and maybe even a field visit to something. And then also on monitoring and reporting. If we had some like decision space in what areas we focus on, et cetera.
And we've done that over the years with our accomplishment reporting. But it was more kind of a report out of how we're doing. And that's what one of the things Tyson will talk about is like, how does that change? What does that look like? Is it the same? Is it different as we go forward? And so it's a big question.
And I think, so I really like this. And again, maybe stating that how I'm thinking of identifying the lane for the committee is in those 4 boxes, because that is on the that's below towards the implementation. Okay.
Well, this is this adaptive management framework, where you come off of reporting and up to upstream.
Mm-hmm.
You're only showing that going up above the IP. Wouldn't that also on the way up also to a level just below IP, the adaptive management cycle?
We had all the arrows in the last version. You know, it's like everything went through the adaptive management bubble, and it's just like too confusing.
Yeah. And it's just, think of that as a cyclic. It's like it'll go up to, because the policies, that adaptive management will impact our operational policies, which is everything that goes into the implementation plan. So it really is, it'll go up, and are there changes that need to be made to inform those implementation plans, which will then inform the operations plans. So I think it's a little more direct into those other supporting documents first before it filters down into the operational policies or into the IPs.
In addition, it's more rapidly cycling back in below IP. Yeah. It's there.
It could, but it's again, we would vet it through like our BMPs, our policies, our direction.
Sure.
Which is in the other supporting documents. So I think it yes, it would indirectly impact all of those things, but it would go into those higher level documents first.
And just in the past, we've talked about adaptive management. We've engaged with this, so this is what we found. You know, it's like we may have a change of direction in the SFAC. Just in the space for shop that.
So I'll kind of give you an example. So one of the things that we saw at Diamond Mill, right, when we did the King of Diamonds sale a number of years ago, where we had a lot of conversation about it at SFAC, and there were a lot of recommendations on how we change policy, how what our process should be, what some of our BMPs should be, and how we should work together. That first kind of filtered into our policies, our BMPs, the things that are in those supporting documents. So that way, then it goes into our operations and into our different planning levels in our operations. But we pretty much kind of open up our books and go, okay, do we need to make some changes here? Because we have different requirements there. So it just keeps it so yes, it does impact it, but it also, those planning documents are impacted by those supporting documents first.
It's an and story. You're just trying to make it clean graphically, but it wouldn't require public.
No.
It's about public process, which that implies that if it's above IP, it's kind of implies public process.
It doesn't, because some of them it would. So like, let's say the adaptive management plan is impacting your performance measures or your Board of Forest policy, those require a different public process or a different process than if it impacts the HCP. But our policies and our BMPs are really internal to us. And so, I mean, it's what kind of directs what we do. And that's the adaptive management. That's where we make those tweaks to the other documents. We go to our BMPs and our policies first, update those, and then make those changes in our processes. And those don't require.
Good. No, it was just reflecting my instinct was seeing that implementation plan bubble. That's a 10-year IP public process. To me, my instinct is that's a rapid response BMP change space, but I
think I see
It depends, I think, like she said, because I can think of examples that, yeah, you look at it for a year and you know how to change, right? There are others that take time, or that we don't understand enough about yet. For example, getting a lot of pressure on species mix. That, we plant too much Doug fir, but two, you should be planting X, Y, and Z. And those things might be somewhat outlandish, or things that we should be thinking about, but we're not ready to just fully commit. So species mix should be a lot of conversation that evolves over that 10-year period into some clarity potentially, and then evolves again in the next 10-year period. So some things are slow, others are much shorter.
And I think I got what you're saying now. I think I just needed to take a pause and kind of think that through. Is we're not making adjustments to the IPs because we're changing the operation policy, and so it can just go right into the operations plan. Okay.
Yeah, right. And
yeah,
then
I see what
in
you're
other
saying.
cases, it may be, here's our targets set by the board via the performance measures for these 10 years. And then at the end, okay, now let's adjust that for the next 10 years.
I'll rewatch this and I need to read that a little
I
bit.
don't want to wet blanket your excellent
No.
idea to clean the slate a little bit, keep the density down on your. I see what happens.
You could just use a dotted line. That box.
That's another look at.
We have yet to come up with a good.
Yeah.
One other suggestion I had to Don's point is maybe in the same way that you, for us, highlighted and for the board, where the board's processes lie, perhaps in a similar fashion, identifying where SFAC is to then deliver that information back to the board, who I often feel like doesn't even know this group exists.
Yeah.
That could be helpful in messaging.
So just moving on to the new implementation plans. So, there's going to be things that are going to be similar. We're not changing everything, and the way we talk about different resources are very similar. But to get kind of your point, Amanda, there's a lot of supporting documents, and we need to provide some connections. And the IPs really are. We decided where we're going to do that. And so we've picked around matrix, like a matrix in the back to show for each resources, like where the supporting documents are,